does not appear, it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, but you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Mm-hmm.
But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not...
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's a non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say
answer?
it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How do
you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just imagine.
A follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your and your cosmos that you believe in, therefore your religion is true and your Earth is curved?
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I
know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no, that's
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do.
plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably are not even disabled. You're a victim, and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. It's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive, and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out
Yeah,
women could be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet
topic.
good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a
like,
sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
women are just great if you be friends with them and you
Anyway, moving on,
fall in love with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Jesus Christ.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is
looking
things
for the
above
moon.
the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your list.
Correctly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air. You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
April,
it's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh. You think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
that
There are
means that
plenty,
you
there are
will
plenty of
believe- you
non-wiki
will-
pages on it.
Okay, April, that means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what like?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up pyramid, cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, like, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That mean lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How
That's a
people
false
in Switzerland...
equivalence.
You know how people in
Man-made theory
Switzerland...
is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't know.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitude.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, and I am 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level,
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, but on some distance, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, And then he got some mountains there with elevations, above the sea level.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is gonna blow your guys' minds. Did you know
What's on my mind?
That they actually
Wait.
don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't
Ever.
believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes
Stop
in
with
the
your
end.
stories. If you want to pursue
I'm just gonna
for
map you
something
up.
to support
It's
your
that
belief
simple.
system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are
This
not
is just
here
a
to
fact.
listen to your
Tides
nonsensical
never reach the
stories
same
and your
height.
belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like
So-
a ranting.
Well, that's not true because
is my
booties
favorite thing to
curve.
do.
What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected by gravity.
Yes. No.
Okay.
It's
No,
okay.
yes
Here's
or
the
no?
thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So
Because
it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not
I'm
a
getting some
sphere,
clarification
it's a-
on what you're saying.
it's
Hold on,
pear-
whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then
Irrelevant.
gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect. or
given
not.
the
I asked
explanation of
about whether
things.
oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would
It's like
curve
talking to
around its
children.
surface.
See,
meaning,
this is why I educate people who are 18.
okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your question
Okay, so what is it?
invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So. Okay, then.
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We
Well,
can
how
observe
do we
the
know?
effects. We don't directly observe
Well,
it.
that's what I'm
indirectly
talking about.
observe
One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
it. We indirectly observe them for things like
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It
Okay,
is.
so how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
approximate
The
radius
curvature
value?
has consequences.
Okay, yeah, curvature has consequences, but
Yeah.
you don't know that there is any because you still haven't
And
demonstrated.
you don't know if there's a
Yeah,
murder.
that's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a
Thing you're
murder.
trying
Maybe
to
it was a
prove.
maybe
You cannot use it as a
yeah.
premise in your
Maybe
argument.
it was a suicide.
So,
Maybe
so
it was
okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do. But does your
No.
oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, but bearing in mind the radius actually changes
look,
all the time.
okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even
No, you
roughly
don't want it?
4,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
At a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What
at
do
a
you want
1 foot
about?
observer
Shut
height-
up.
Hold on.
You're being
Hold on.
cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
know you have ball envy because you're in
Grandfather.
desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have
I'm
even
not
said that
envious.
because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You're on mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you
No
gonna get to it?
promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't
midway
waste
from
your
saying
airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
something. My
That's what
airtime.
you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you
When
gave
I was
me
about
the
to-
approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously. Can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not. You guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical.
Doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do, that's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So
So
how
I
can
can't
you
even-
know?
so
how
I
can you
can't
know?
even point. Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I
They're
can't show
not-
you them
they're
in
not
like a
too large.
laboratory.
Not too
or whatever.
large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah, we know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and
again.
this
We're
is
looking
exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
So something
anywhere
away from
but
the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed, we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking
like,
at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Hey, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a false
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked him to participate. He said, sure. I said, okay, go to YouTube. I said, look at this video, which is 1 minute and 38 seconds. He came back and said, yeah, this is talking about a round Earth. How does that work with flat Earth? And I'm like, that's not the point. I just need you to continue participating because I had a point. But we were arguing there for no reason. And I'm like, you're not getting where I'm going. He's like, but I don't understand what this has to do with the flat Earth. So he just kind of wasn't listening. He was waiting for me to prove a flat Earth, I guess. But I never said I would. I told him, yo, I'm about to show you what we mean by geometric, since you don't understand what a geometric horizon is. So that was the point of that video. And then I was like, okay, go to, Google the distance to horizon formula. Okay, great. Now go watch CFI Investigators. And I told them to watch from 4 minutes and 36 seconds all the way to about 8 minutes. And basically, all I want him to see is, based on the first video he saw and the Google search result that he saw, when the guy in that video says, I'm going to put my camera tripod down at, somewhere 1 foot above the water, the horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles. I'm expecting him to see the guy say that the stripes are disappearing, and I'm expecting him to realize that there is no horizon there. You understood it.
Necessarily prove or disprove anything. Like, in my eyes, that just means the camera wasn't good enough.
But hang on. So that point, at least just if we stop and pause right there, the point is just saying that there is water in front of the boat, but that is not the actual horizon line.
Correctamundo. Yeah, correctamundo. And that's just kind of like where he was going, like, for you to understand, the definition of horizon is not the water line in front of the boat. So it couldn't be the horizon, which is said to be the leading edge of the sphere or the geometric horizon. And that's not what we're seeing in front of the boat. So per the example, it's still not the horizon.
Even though in the video, that's what they're claiming, even though there's water clearly behind them.
Exactly. And they're using it out of the definition out of context, which doesn't make sense when you look at it from a perspective of actually being defined by the definition that we all agree on, which is the sky meeting the earth.
So my argument, this is Cole again, would be that, like, the camera just wasn't good enough to pick up that red line if that wasn't the horizon. So that was just the resolution wasn't there.
Well,
but in the video that I posted about the lighthouse, the resolution is there.
Yeah, Cole, but here's what you're missing out, bro. Like, and I was listening to you through the whole conversation, but I think you're missing the point. The point is that it's not that water line in front of the boat obstructing your view from that flag, not seeing all those stripes, right? That's not the issue. The issue is when they define what the horizon is and where the geometric horizon should be, according to a globe, what the metrics they tell us, it's not where it's being presented in that video that Elijah told you to look at. So in that video,
I can agree with that.
Right. So if you agree with that, that's like saying, okay, I agree that the claim is not what they're saying it is in that video. So if you go to another video, Cole, right, and you say, well, in this video it does. Well, we just went to a video that just already showed you that it's not the case, and you want to take us to a video.
I would argue just that I don't know the math on it, but that boat just wasn't far enough away, and that the camera didn't have good enough resolution.
That's not
right.
what you. Okay, that's not what you saw. Number one, because
the resolution was so poor.
Listen, if the horizon is at 1.2 miles, there is no resolution problem for the kind of camera that he put on that tripod. You have to understand that. If there was a physical blockage at 1.2 miles, what you're looking at is at the boat at 3 miles, okay? If there was a physical blockage at 1.2 miles, that would be very clear, not fuzzy-wuzzy.
Yeah. And the physical blockage can only be, according to the globe, right, can only be that you would not see anything behind that. It would be the geometric edge of the sphere. That the leading edge of the sphere would be right there where you could not see the bottom of that flag. That's from the rest of whatever would be behind it would be hidden behind the curvature of the earth.
Like in the lighthouse video that I showed you. But you guys didn't want to take the time to watch.
Right, but here's so there's two contradictory points. On the one video that you see here, there is this obstruction, like the one you're telling us with Wolfie's video. And on the one we're showing you is that there's a water line, but then you can still see things behind that. So in this case, right, it would be like we're showing you something that contradicts what the globe would actually be talking about. So therefore, throwing everything into question. So you can't have two things that disagree with each other according to the globe math and geometric size of it, right? So you're showing me something that confirms a bias that you have with Wolfie's video. He's an anti-flat earther, by the way. Something that confirms that bias. And on the other hand, you have a video that shows you something that debunks that. So now you have 2 points that are contrary to one another. You can't have that. It all has to coincide with the globe metrics occurring at the same place at the same time. There shouldn't be any discrepancies, is what we're trying to tell you. And because there is, that's what we're elucidating. So it doesn't matter if you come up with 1,000 more videos that are confirmation to your bias. We can show you only one that actually debunks all those other ones. So if I can only show you one, that's all I need. I don't need 10,000 videos. I can just show you one that shows you exactly that it's not according to the globe. Hopefully that kind of makes sense what I just told you. Because you can't hold two contradictory worldview points of it saying that, well, one could be flat and one could be curved. That it all has to be curved or nothing. That's what you have to have.
You're not going out specifically looking for a horizon line that cuts cities in the distance, because you already believe that that's Earth curve. What you want to be looking for is that Earth curve is actually physically, tangibly the distance that you think it is. So when you look at the horizon and you look at things behind it, guess what? You can't tell how far away the horizon is because there's no reference point like the boat that I'm showing you where you could be like, okay, it's before or in front. Because the thing is, you want to know the distance. So if you have buildings behind the horizon, nothing is telling you how far the horizon is. So you're just going to confirm that, okay, well, the horizon is exactly what I expect. Look at me looking at things that I've always seen, when I've been out in the water, I've used my cameras or my binoculars or whatever I have, and I see things cut off. But what you're not questioning is how far away that is, because how far away that is the actual claim, not that things get cut off from the bottom up, because that can happen on flat surfaces as well. So what we need to understand is the actual claim, which is why I showed you the videos, that the horizon is actually a specific distance. Now, we can go the way that you were trying to go, which would be a completely different conversation, and there would be a contradiction there again, where you're like, okay, look at these buildings, they're cut off, and then I show you Chicago. I'm like, look at Chicago, it's supposed to be under hundreds of feet of earth curve. You're not supposed to see the top of any building. And then we take it to a 200, 300, 400 mile away observation using, a little bit of, what are those cameras called? Red, where they use the red spectrum light, the infrared. There you go. And we're like, holy shit, there's supposed to be like a fucking mile of earth curve blocking this entire mountainscape. But I'm looking at the mountainscape. So, on one hand, you have a horizon line in a video that you think proves that the Earth is curved. But at the same time, what happens when the math is telling you you shouldn't see any of that building, but you do? What do you do then? Well, the question becomes, why is that happening? Why is that happening? Well, we already answered step one for you. It's not Earth curve.
Yeah, so I guess it would like to hear if you're still there, Cole. If not, that's cool.
And yeah, sorry, we're here. This is Edward again. So the question at the end there was why? Why are you able to see any of it at all when it should be blocked by miles?
Yeah, there was two separate kind of arguments. The way that Elijah was explained to him for quite a bit, which is distance to horizon, right? And so the other argument that I engaged with him, which is like you got a contrary point to like what he's claiming with Wolfie's video, saying that you can see the Earth curve where it's expected to be, but on the case where Elijah's video was showing that it's not where it's expected to be, then it's contrary to the other one.
But it is where it's expected to be in Elijah's video.
No, not the definition. Listen, the definition of the horizon is where the sky meets the Earth. You do not see the sky meets the Earth in the video where Elijah showed you to be where the water, where you claimed where the water line was in front of that boat, because you saw what behind that water line? You saw more water and you saw the mountains and whatever was in the background. So you got more of the Earth in the background. So what happens in the place of like what the horizon is, that's where the sky meets the Earth, and supposedly where things get cut off. So according to the definition, that's where you can't see beyond. That's the limitation of your view on a globe, where the horizon is the cutoff point. Things disappear beyond that point. You can't see anything beyond that point. But on this video, you could.
And I was saying that just because of distortion and resolution is the only reason we couldn't see the bottom of the red line in his video. Not that it was the horizon in front of it.
But that's this is the claim. The horizon is where things disappear bottom up. So if that is the claim, and it doesn't fit the claim, because if things are disappearing bottom up before
my claim is
horizon.
My claim is just that the camera wasn't good enough.
Yeah, but here's the deal, Edward. It's really what we're arguing against. It's not even you. It's arguing against the claim of the globe right now. The globe Earth is on trial. So their claim, and you're advocating for it, meaning that you say rah rah siskumba, like for the globe, right? You're cheering for that. But like what we're telling you is that because we have this claim on trial right now, we're showing you how it's contrary to that Wolfie video that you want to show. It's showing you that the horizon, which is by definition where the sky meets the Earth, is not what you see in that video. It is just a water line where you see obstruction happening. It's not the horizon. Do you see the difference? It's not the horizon. So you can't say that's where the horizon is. Right. So it's contrary. And
I agree that the horizon is behind the boat.
Okay, so if the horizon is behind the boat, then what's causing the obstruction from the flag?
The fact that the camera isn't good enough to see the bottom of it.
Is it water behind the boat?
So there's no horizon. That's the thing. If there's no horizon obstructing the view of the bottom of that boat, and you already gave another example, then it's not Earth curvature.
Edward,
it's not Earth curvature.
Edward,
hang on, Sasha. Hang on, Sasha. It's not Earth curvature, right?
Not right now. Not right now, please. So you basically said exactly what I said. In the beginning, I said some people argue that the horizon is geometric. Others argue that it's a phenomena. Okay? So you said just now, like what I tried to tell you, and you said, yeah, you understand all that. You just said, number one, the horizon is behind the boat. Number two, you said the angle cannot be resolved by the camera. Right, which is not Earth curve. So you're saying, let's get a camera that would better resolve it. And I'm saying, no, the problem is not resolution. The problem is there is no horizon there. Because if it was physically at 1.2 miles, we'd see it. But we actually see behind the boat. So there's nothing wrong with the resolution.
No, you can see you can't actually see exactly what is at the horizon.
But Cole, that sounds like mental gymnastics.
What I'm saying. Even at the actual horizon line, with your eyes, you can't see that.
Brother, he just explained something to you, Cole. Like what you're not getting is you also agreed that you still can see something behind that, right? That water line that's obstructing that flag. You can still see something, even if you can't resolve it like the perfect clarity, but you can still see something there. So it's not.
Right. I'm agreeing with you guys that there is the horizon is not between us and that boat. It's behind it. But I'm saying in my video of the lighthouse, the horizon is in between us and that lighthouse.
Right. So the question still remains: is the horizon physical Earth curve obstruction? Yes or no?
It seems to be that way in the lighthouse video.
Look, check this out. So do you know why your video is a non sequitur to the point that I'm making?
Because
can I offer you why? Can I tell you why?
What?
If you don't,
why?
Because I told you that the horizon isn't geometric, meaning a measured distance based on the size of the Earth. You just basically confirmed that with your lips. I'm not focused. Like the video that you show me is not going to change this fact. The horizon was supposed to be in front of the boat. The horizon is behind the boat. Based on the formula, the guy says the horizon will be at 1.22 miles. So he's lying. You know as well as I know that the horizon is behind the boat, so it can't be at 1.22 miles. That's all I'm saying. Why can't we just agree that dude is wrong? And that this math is wrong.
So he's a human and didn't do his math right.
No, that's a mental gymnastics. No, Cole. Did you hear what he just said though? I mean, what are we not getting here, my good sir? Like, what are we not getting here? Because on the one hand, you see it in the video with Wolfie showing you, well, that's Earth curve, and then when you look at the other video, like, well, that's not Earth curve. There's an issue, bro. The issue is it's not projected where it should be at 1.22 miles away, because you see past 1.22 miles, you see further than that. So it's not the obstruction of the Earth's curvature.
I don't think any of this can be completely accurate when looking at water either, especially considering wells and the way the water moves.
Cole, that's an all or nothing fallacy. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. It's you have to understand that on the one hand, it's being shown to you that it cannot be the Earth's curvature. If it was the Earth's curvature, it would stand to reason that in every single way that you can take a look at this, obstruction would occur at the specific place it should on a globe, because you have a ball, right? And if you have a ball, you couldn't see past that curvature on that ball. But what you see here,
everything on that ball is at different heights. It's not a smooth sphere. Everything is at different heights on that ball as well.
Yeah, but it's not. Think about it.
If it were a perfectly smooth sphere, then sure, that might work, but it's not.
Brother. Level it is.
There are mountains and there are valleys.
Brother. At sea level it is. So again,
it's not
with the at sea level, which means zero. Look it up. It has nothing. I
understand what you're saying, but when viewing things from sea level, they have.
We're talking about height. Listen, we're talking about the horizon.
Listening. You were telling me to fucking listen.
All right. So does the ocean have topography? Does the ocean have topography, or is what?
The ocean has swells, so yes.
Okay, fair enough. So, is it curved 8 inches per mile squared though?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I'm sure it's an ever-changing thing, which is why I say that doing any of this on water is probably not going to be exact.
So how did they measure it in the first place? How did they measure it in the first place, Cole?
Because they damn sure did measure it over. They do measure over water all the time.
They measured every point in the ocean, and
they gave us the metrics.
That's an ever-changing thing.
Cole. They gave us the metrics to the size of the Earth. So when you type into Google, what is the radius, diameter, and circumference? These values are going to come right back at you. How did they get those values?
I'm saying that
it's not.
The ocean is morphing.
No, you can't use this. This is not an out. You saying that something is morphing is not an out. The problem is you don't understand.
Use that as an out because it's the fucking truth.
No, how do you know that? Give me a citation right now that you know that's the truth. Citation.
Are there waves in the ocean? Are there waves in the ocean?
Give us a citation that they can't measure the Earth because of waves, because they measured it. You what?
Right, and I'm saying that's not exact because it is changing.
So how did they measure it then? How did they measure it, Cole?
Probably with an estimation.
Probably is a suggestive term used when you don't know what's going on. Probably.
Okay, so would you say it's an exact measurement that could have possibly been taken on an ever-changing surface? Or
you're asking me a question. You're asking me a question. It's not my claim. You're the one advocating for this. Yeah, you're the one advocating for this. So you need to defend that if you're advocating for it.
I did. Are you telling me that the ocean doesn't move?
I'm telling you that they gave us metrics to the Earth.
All right, again, y'all have a great day.
We just pulled up, so we gotta do that. All right.
All right, man.
But I appreciate it. I'll keep on them. This, and if I can just say one thing,
yeah, come back anytime, Cole. We'll come back.
One of the best guys I know. But the way he is, not only with the glow, but it's like, dude will not take more than 2 Tylenols every 4 to 6 hours, whatever it says. So it's this. This is a good one. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
See ya.
Gotcha, bitch. It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Hibbit Nil 9124.
Okay, Hibbo, I'm gonna unmute you, mate. I don't know why you've sent me a friend request. I don't even know you, I don't think. But yeah, you're unmuted, Hibbo. Or Hibbit Nil. Hello, mate.
Hello.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, welcome to the server, bro. So, what brings you here? I'll just quickly check you in. I'll give you just a little bit of information, and then give you a roll if that's all right.
No, I think I got transferred through here by, I think, Eric Dubé. He was having a conversation with him. Yeah, and then I think he posted a Discord in the description, so I just typed it in and sent me through.
Yeah, man, we're glad to have you, bro. We've had quite a strong trickle of people that have been coming ever since that video. I've probably checked in maybe 10, coming up for 10 people. So we're glad to have you, bro. So, like, what got you into Flat Earth? Have you been on one side of the fence watching Eric Dubé, or what? Are you like hardcore Flat Earth? What's the deal? What do you think?
No, I think right when after I think I graduated, I came home and I've seen the Flat Earth videos on YouTube, but I never really paid attention to it. So I think as time went on, I just decided to check it out to see what was going on, because obviously stuff that I see, what I observe was different from the things that was being taught to me. So I decided to look it up and see what was going on. I found out so many things that are just lies and stuff.
Yeah, man. So, like, how long would you say that you've been sort of objectively and critically thinking about this stuff? Has it been years, or not too long, or what? How long would you say?
I think I would say about like critically thinking about it. I would say 2 years now. But you started looking into it like 4 months ago.
That's cool, bro. Like, well, when you think of Flat Earth, there's like some concepts out there. You've probably seen the memes on Facebook and stuff. Like, I mean, there's a group of people. They're called the Flat Earth Society. Have you ever heard of them, bro?
Yeah. I think I went to it through like Twitter, and I followed a lot of groups on Twitter. So I decided to just join in, and we kept on posting videos and memes.
It was just specifically the Flat Earth Society. They've been named by like Obama. Obama's like, we ain't got time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. So there's they're out there at least. Whether or not people can join them, because I've never ever met a member that's joined the Flat Earth Society. but they sort of push the idea that we live on a disc. You've probably seen memes where it kind of looks like water's pouring off the edge and stuff. So they say that all the other planets are spheres, but we're on the only space disc. And they say that there's no gravity in their model because the ground's accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. They claim is the gravitational concept or constant or little g. So, but as far as we're concerned, bro, we don't think the Earth is a shape of any kind. All we're saying is there doesn't appear to be any convexity, any curvature, especially over bodies of water, and there's no motion to the Earth. So that's really all we're saying, bro. We're not claiming the Earth is a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's a descriptor of the Earth's surface. So that's about it. So as long as you don't think that we think any of these silly things, they also claim like Australia doesn't exist. So they're kind of there to meme flat Earth, and as far as we're concerned, they're controlled opposition, and they're there to make you think flat Earthers are insane. You get me?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
No, bro. So, like, just to tell you these couple of things, there are some banned subjects. The sort of the medical topic that's been flying around the past couple of years. Literally, it can get a server shut down. So, like, our sister server got shut down with it. So, like, especially we're streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, DLive, Twitter, and Rumble. So, like, we try and keep it on flat Earth as best we can while we're in this room, at least. So, just so you know that, don't give out any of your personal information, anything like that. Don't dox yourself. So, as I say, that is streaming 24/7. There is a bot as well, if you mind that. Certain keywords, some of the subjects that I was mentioning, even the word boomer, which is kind of like an admin joke, I think, but certain words will lock you up. It detains you just for a couple of minutes. So just be mindful of the bot, or you will get detained for a couple. Even swear words, like, we're not snowflakes, bro. I'm Scottish, so I swear all the fucking time. But until you get higher roles, basically, you're not able to swear, or it would just be constant obscenities everywhere. So that's the reason for the bot. But apart from that, man, I think that's about it. If you've got any questions, fire away, and I'll give you a roll.
Oh, I don't really have any as of now, but so far I like, how you guys. I don't know if I should call it debate or try to convince other people, open their eyes, any other stuff. Yeah, so I'm intrigued. I like how the Discord is, and I just want to join in and learn as time goes on. Yeah.
Well, like, we're not trying to, like, it might sound like that maybe to the untrained ear, that we're trying to convince people and we're trying to, like, get them onto the flat side. Like, it might sound like that because, like, we're just pointing out reality and tests and observations, stuff that can all be done by anyone that's out there. So we're just trying to share the information and hope others like yourself bring information to us, and then we can try and look for a consensus on what this place is that we live. We know it's topographical, so there's hills, there's mountains, there's valleys. Most of our surface is covered in water, and we know how water behaves. It's always trying to find equilibrium, and it lays flat and level when it's not being moved. So to say we're a ball of water is quite silly.
And that is true. I mean, some of the stuff that we are being taught definitely looks it's definitely silly, but we just think about it, so we just move along with it.
It's ludicrous, man. Literally, the globe story is absolutely insane.
It is ridiculous. Right? Once you actually open your eyes and realize the reality that's around you, you realize that everything that you've been taught as a kid is basically just ludicrous. Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense to observing around you. Yeah.
Well, brother, have you? Sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
No, sorry, brother. What was I going to say? Have you looked into space at all? NASA and ESA and the people who claim to be in space. Have you looked into the subject of space? I take it you possibly have if you're quite deep into the flat Earth subject.
With the exception of videos and that I've seen on YouTube, stuff like that.
Just the place called space in general. You realise that space is claimed to be a near perfect vacuum. You know that, yes?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've read that in books. Yeah, it is. That's what it is.
So, like, this is just a yes or no. Like, can you have pressure? Can you have a pressurized environment without containment, bro?
No.
So, well, my granny, she used to have a barometer, if you know what they are. We've got 14.7 psi at sea level on average. So it's a gradient, so it gets less and less dense as you go up. Now, beyond a place called the Kármán line, this is where space supposedly is this near perfect vacuum, enveloping this tiny, tiny speck, a tiny little bubble of pressurized gas, versus the entirety of the space near perfect vacuum. So, I mean, that on the face of it is ludicrous. Like what I was saying before, the globe story is nonsense. I mean, you cannot have a pressurized system without containment. Let alone impossible.
I always say to them, it's like, the gravity is what holds their whole globe model together. Once you take the gravity out, nothing else works. You know, and that's one thing they always try to push, because without a gravity, nothing else in the globe model, in my opinion, just works. Everything else just breaks down.
See, when someone mentions gravity, my instant response is, which one? I mean, you realise that today, at least, and for the past century or whatever, mass attracting mass was the first sort of main explanation for gravity. That was Newtonian. Then Einstein, he came along and supplanted Newton just over a century ago. So he's got space-time, like stretches, bends, dilates. So like these two concepts are made into one sort of super concept, and they're not tangible objects. Space and time, I mean, you can't hold them in your hand. You can't give me 3 foot in 12 minutes. Like, they're not like these things, concrete things that you can hold or experiment with. So like Einsteinian gravity literally is just mathematics, and there is no scientific experiment for either of them. That's what we went through earlier on for quite a while. That other guy, he didn't want to budge. He wasn't want to concede anything at all. But he done quite well. But yeah, there is two main stories for gravity: Newtonian and Einsteinian, and neither are scientific. There's no science behind them whatsoever.
Yeah, that is true.
It's a big problem for the globe. As you said, the whole globe story hangs on gravity. Either Newtonian or Einsteinian, or both, because they just kind of get interchanged and flipped and flopped and dropped and picked up whenever they want to. Like all these different stories they've got for the globe, literally it jumps all over the place. The goalposts are moved constantly. Like they've got to, they're scrambling constantly. They're like on life support. Flat earthers have put the globe Earth on life support. So anyway, man, that's like you've got done the interview process. I'll give you a role. If you want I can give you like a globe skeptic role just now, because if you're not 100% about the flat earth arguments and stuff, once you get a little bit versed, because you will find a lot of information in here, a lot of people willing to talk to you, answer your questions, literally constantly, bro. We've always got a panel of people about. If not the bots playing, or chill chat's getting quite busy now. But once I give you a role, bro, you'll be able to access more parts of the server.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I think that would be great.
I'll also send you. So I'll just tell you this. I'll also send you some links. Flatsmacker's playlist is one of them. He's an old gold that passed away, a gold member, and he was really ill, and he made this drive, and it's jam packed with stuff, bro. Honestly, it's good to phone yourself or even to share with other people. So just we try to keep his memory alive, Flatsmacker. So I've sent you that anyway, man. Once I give you the rules.
Okay, appreciate it.
Come on. But yeah, it's a good place you found, man, for information. Scroll down below the VC and you'll find everything is alphabetized, terabytes of information, all readily available to download. Or if you've got some information maybe you want to add to some of those information rooms, just say to one of the staff, they'll vet it, they'll have a look at it, and if it's valid or if it's worth adding to it, they'll add it. But also, as I said to you, mind that the bot or you'll end up in detention. And what else, man? I think that's about it, bro. I've done so many check-ins today, I'm kind of delirious. There you go, I've gave you Globe Skeptic and VC Verified. And once you've been around a little bit, bro, because currently you're unable to embed links or post images, but once you've maybe had a little bit of a discussion with staff, back and forth and you seem to be chilled. Just we're trying to protect the server at all costs, so we keep security kind of quite tight. So you will get link permissions, bro. Just a little bit of time. Once people have had a back and forth for you, maybe for a couple of days, and you seem chill, you'll get link permissions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Anytime, bro. And then anybody that's on staff, silver, gold, moderator, admin, if someone's about, jump in a chat. Sorry, if no one's about, jump into a chat room, ping someone. If they're available, they will come down and have a discussion with you, man. Anytime. That's why we're here.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Right, shit, I forgot to give you those links. Let's see.
Okay.
So, where's the origins of your name then? Hibbit no.
I'm Ghanaian, like, yeah.
Oh, come on. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Anybody from Ghana's ever been here before, man?
Hey, I'm Ghanaian. I'm not technically in Ghana, but I'm from Ghana. Yeah.
Right, cool. That's cool, man. We're quite a diverse server, man. Like the amount of people that's in here from so many places.
I see.
Yeah, I gave you those links, bro. I don't know if you'll be able to see them. It might be in message requests up the top,
Yeah.
a little red. Right.
I think I see it. You sent it through like space. I think it was a message request through the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you the invite, a couple of links, channel, Flat Earth literature live, like maybe 60 books from over the past century or two, all about flat Earth and measurements and like philosophy type stuff. But yeah, man, the place is absolutely jam packed with information.
Yeah, I have time. I'll look into them all.
Yeah, bro. So, do you know anybody like in real life sort of thing that's into this subject?
Wow, anyone who's like into the subject or people
Like anyone in real life, like not on online.
Oh no. I don't think I know.
Well, what about another thing I should ask is what about Ghana? Is there even anything mentioned by like I don't know ancient people from Ghana, like mentioning the flat stationary Earth? Like, is there any stories that go back to talking about the enclosed stationary realm we live in? Have you ever heard of anything like that?
No, I mean we don't really talk about that. Yeah, we are being taught the globe model. I think as everybody else, but we don't go into like evolution and stuff. We don't talk about those. To us, yeah, it's like Christian stuff. You know, God created the earth, this and that and that. But yeah, we did do talk about the whole globe and everything like that.
But I mean, you do know that. I mean, I'm not religious personally, but in the Abrahamic religions, from Christianity, Judaism, and what you call it, Islam, that they all point towards the Earth being stationary, and as far as we see it, flat realm.
Yeah, you know, most people
from the Torah.
They don't read for that part. They just read for the the faith. Go to heaven. Read your Bible and stuff like that. They don't actually look into that. And even if they do, they never compare and contrast the two to find the discrepancies between them. They just read for the sake of church and religion. Yeah, it's not
Bro,
something.
see, nowadays people all they watch is YouTube shorts. Like they've got the memory and the ability to hold their focus for 20-30 seconds to watch a stupid video. Like that's a fear for the generation that's coming, man. Because they're being bred with these devices from the infancy.
Yeah. I was going to be. So.
Well, I mean, when I was like, maybe when I was 18, 19, there was like shitty little Nokia phones, like little bricks. But nowadays, man, everybody's got a device. So literally, the devices are bringing the kids up.
I think kids are now looking into it more now. I don't know if I said their eyes are opening now compared to us when we were growing up. It's different from now.
Supposedly, this is the age of Aquarius, and it's the age of it's called. So this possibly is meant to be like where we all start waking up. But obviously, if this is the time that we are going to be waking up anyway, like collectively, they're going to try and control it. Like, for like 9 days or 11 days, CNN was broadcasting. It was something to do with American Congress, and they were talking about like these army generals and all these top-notch dudes blatantly claiming that there was alien spacecraft, that they've got these devices, they've got alien technology. They hinted that they had bodies. They even said that one of the reporter guys, or one of the whoever it was asking the questions, asked the guy, have you ever heard of anyone being harmed trying to share this information about UFOs? I mean, and he's like, yes. And he's like, have you ever heard of anyone that's ever been killed through sharing this information? And the guy's like, I can't answer this in an open session, but I'll answer it behind locked doors. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. So the UFO community, they all be going nuts because they were literally streaming that for like almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, so I mean, if one you believe that space is non-existent, then the so-called UFOs, I don't think those can exist too. Because to them, they're claiming they should come out of space.
Well, no, bro, they call them UAPs.
Oh, UAPs.
Now, they've changed the name, so like it's kind of like a moving the goalpost thing, like they always do. They like to make a bullshit story, manipulate it with even more bullshit, and muddy the waters as much as they can, and add some maths and some graphs, and so they've got all the math heads. Everybody that's into maths, they'll back them up. Most people that have went through the Western education system, they'll back them up blindly. So we're literally fighting against the tide constantly in the server, but everybody here's got a passion for it. We love it. We literally love sharing this information with people, man.
Yeah, it's just a distraction to actually prevent people to know actually what's going on. That's how I see it.
Bro, sorry, say that again.
I think it's just a distraction, to prevent people to know what's actually going on.
Of course, man. That's why I was saying that, because it is coming out and there are a lot of people waking up, they've got to control it. If it's going to be happening, or if it is happening anyway, they're going to have to release some pressure here, add some nonsense here, take away stuff from here. So they'll be thinking on their feet. But it's definitely, just with the Eric Dubé video, the amount of people that just come in here just over that video, it shows you how easily this server could be absolutely huge. We just need the right, the invite dropped in the right place.
Yeah. YouTube don't really recommend his videos most of the times. You just have to actually type there. And then everything.
So they recommended 24/7 to me. It was in my, because I never ever accepted the notification for recommendations. I never ever clicked on it, and the notification was there for weeks and weeks, if not months. And then one day I just decided to click on it, and 24/7 was the first place it came up. And then I came to the YouTube channel, and I was like, how the fuck do you talk? Where are you meant to talk in here? And then eventually I got on the server, and Karen B got me. But it took me 3 hours to get rolled up and get into the server. But yeah, man, that was 5 years ago almost.
Yeah, that's great. But
awesome, bro.
Yeah, I will look into it.
Yeah, man. Bro, a great community, bro. Everybody here will answer your questions, give you information, literally anytime.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Welcome, bro.
What is your profession?
Hey, old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
https://discord.gg/flat earth
to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Ferocious Ladybug.
Hey, what's up? I got a video that I've looked at by Eric DeBay that I didn't really understand. I was wondering if I could get some help to just understand.
If you don't
the thing.
understand it, it don't make sense. That's the best advice I could give you.
Yeah, well, it's got to do with star trails.
Yeah, like I said, if it didn't make sense, then it don't make sense.
So what's your question? Well, come on, Elijah. Let's indulge him a little bit. What's your question, bro? Like, so what part lost you?
I'm trying to help him with something that'll take him along in life. All right, but giving people go. What is your question? I hope you're not a bigot and you think that all flat earthers everywhere have the same answers. I hope not. But let's go. What's your question?
Well, it's just this. The idea is that the firmament has stars basically either on or around it, and it rotates like left to right or like east to west, whatever.
Mm.
And it just didn't really make sense to me how visually, based on perspective, we see the stars moving around, especially once you get like past the equator.
Well, the stars, the perspective
don't
of
do that,
stars are mostly, they're not exactly the same as perspective with things terrestrially, meaning like with a car or things like that. Like they do drop in angular distance from the sky to the ground the farther you go, but that's pretty much it. It's not like you can triangulate the positions. It's not like you can see the entire body of stars at one given time from one position. We already know that. So you know what's interesting? What's interesting is if you look at the sky, you realize nothing makes sense. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. And it's, actually, I was hyperbolic. I don't mean nothing. But for example, if you're standing just north of the equator, you can look in one direction and see the stars arc in one direction. You can look in, southward and see them arc in the opposite direction. And you can look up and you can see them basically going straight. So you have arc left, arc right, and stars going pretty much straight over your head. I don't know anyone who can explain that on any model anywhere.
Right. Well, it's like the diagram seemed pretty clear. I'm trying to take a screenshot of it so I can actually show it in the chat here, because there was one particular image that confused me.
Like I said, if it confused you, it probably doesn't make sense because something about it's fallacious. Drace, you got those diverging star trails? Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I probably don't have image privileges or whatever, but
you could send it to me. I'll post it in the chat if you like. Had you said, "Hey, my name is," how are you guys doing? I might have gave you some permissions, but I think we'll take a minute or two before we do that now.
Yeah, I'm new here. I'm not expecting to get special privileges or nothing. I just got questions.
No, it's fine. Just get a little bit of rapport with you, and then I'll give you some perms so that you can move around the server and take a look at some of the stuff that we have in the other channels. We got a lot of information down there. It's from A to Z. It's in chronological order. A lot of questions you have, perhaps you can go on your own study and those will help, or you can ask someone directly. But in case none of us have the answer, perhaps one of those things will help you out.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, let me know when you sent it.
I did. Yeah, you should have it.
All right. 1 second. Let's see, where is it? Message request. Okay, yeah. I gotta pay attention to these. All right, y'all, let me just download this and I'll post it in the chat. I'm not the most tech savvy person ever, so that's what
Nah,
you guys get for letting me do it.
no, I appreciate it.
All right, here, this is what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm a check, bro. Don't worry about it.
All right, my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, but yeah, that diagram there is basically what I'm looking at, because I haven't spoken to any flat earthers who don't subscribe to a dome/firmament. That seems to be like a predominant thing. But based on,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to speak on anyone else's behalf, right?
Yeah, a lot of people believe in the dome. You know where that idea comes from?
From my understanding, it's some biblical stuff, but they don't exactly explain it like perfectly in the Bible. So some people probably interpret it a different way.
Well, we kind of go with science measurements and observation. So if we were to talk about a firmament or container of some kind, it would only be because that gas pressure requires containment. PV equals nRT, the V being the volume portion of that equation.
Yeah, I see. Drake or Drace. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Is saying some stuff.
Yeah, but to get back to your point, they've drawn it like an actual literal dome. One thing that I would say, I don't know if everybody's on board with this, is this is just how the sky looks. Like if you were to take a large protractor, okay, and you were to assign the stars with the degrees on that protractor, it would just be the angular distance from the horizon to your 90, and then probably the other way, all the way up to 180 degrees around you. But that's not a literal dome.
Right. It's just the stars appear to be at like a fixed point in the sky, so that's why I'm curious, because if it is, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, if I look southerly towards where Antarctica is supposed to be, what I should be seeing is stars going left to right. The number 2 there on the image, like I can see if my perspective is limited due to distance, like my perspective's there, I can get that. And number 1, it's like I would expect it to be like curved instead of straight, but I can still, I can accept that maybe there's some perspective causing distortion. But when I look behind it, where it's supposed to be number 3, every time I look southerly from towards the horizon southerly, I get a clockwise like rotation around where the Southern Cross is supposed to be, which isn't really what I expected to see if a diagram like this was like accurate. And I accept that it's not like physically there, but it's supposed to represent the sky, right? So I found it to be contradictive.
Well, it's I mean, 'cause this isn't a representation of what the sky is. That's why.
I look closer at this graphic. This is not what any of us claim, though.
Yeah, no. This was sent to me by a friend who was like, I asked him about star trails. He said, I don't really know about that. I'm gonna do some research. He sent me this, and I looked over it. It was an 18-minute video. I watched the whole thing like 3 times. It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, this graphic is just imagining if the stars were on this trajectory, but it does not say anything about your perspective on the or in the dome, you know, or
Yeah.
whatever this idea is. We don't sell ideas here, so we don't make claims about the nature of reality beyond what we can test and verify for ourselves.
Right. Regardless. So my prior knowledge with this is like there's like 2 star maps that I know of that are northern and southern star maps, and they shift around the equator. That's been a huge like hindrance block for me to understand why we're not on a ball, because every time I try to think about it on a flat plane, the way the stars move don't really seem to coincide with any flat terrain that I know of, that I've experienced myself or that I've researched. So I'm trying to just get that.
Do you know what? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I mean, I hear that phrase a lot, but if you could explain it to me in a way that makes sense, that would be great.
All right, Google it and look at the images in the meantime. So an elevation angle is basically a star's angular elevation above the Earth.
Yeah, I see.
So, but you don't have an angular elevation above the Earth from your vantage point if the Earth isn't a plane to reference. That would then make that statement a misnomer.
Right. But it's like,
is it right or is it wrong?
I think that
I have a follow up.
So based on what I've been able to find out,
just now with the Google
well, of course it makes sense with like the angular, the elevation angle. Obviously, you know that's with line of sight and horizontal planes. That's how we calculate horizontal distance, right? Yeah.
You mind if I follow up with that then?
Yeah, of course, man. Go ahead.
So that's how the map of the stars. That's how we do it. Elevation angles. So whether or not it makes sense to you, how it wouldn't work on a globe, the bottom line is we got all this information from elevation angles, which would require the surface of the Earth to allow for that, which would mean if you're going to get 90-degree positions anywhere, then you would have to be working with a flat plane.
Right. Well, I can understand that logic. The only part where that falls apart for me.
Logic? You know what an elevation angle is? Just an angular measurement. It's not logic. To be fair.
Yeah. Well, what you're saying is true. Like I accept that. The only, I just want to account for all the variables, because there are stars that are visible when you're on certain parts of the planet, but you go to another country and you change hemispheres, suddenly those stars aren't available. And if there's just like the angular size thing, or like angular angle of elevation, right?
Well, we know that
if there's only that, we should be able to get every star, because each star is in a set point in the sky, dude.
No, I don't know. I don't know how that makes.
Just a second. I want to the problem is just like this hallway, you cannot see all of the ceiling, and so as you travel further, you can see more of the ceiling. As the ceiling rotates, then new parts of the ceiling become visible to new areas, but it's still just the same ceiling.
Right.
Yeah.
But we can, but the way that the ceiling rotates is different based on where you are on the planet.
It's just an
So
apparent rotation. You don't know what's actually happening there.
yeah,
No, but you
that's the
no, but you
thing.
no, but
That's
no, but you
real quick. So we gotta go back to what you said. Now we know that the equator, which isn't a real line, right? The equator is just the minimum angle distance that you can see the North Star. Now that's an elevation angle, like we just discussed. So at the equator, that is where the minimum angular distance is. That's where the star is at zero angle, which means beyond there, anywhere in the earth beyond that distance, beyond the equator, and sometimes you can see it just to be fair, but um beyond that distance you can't see the North Star. So
yeah.
we already know that if you go far enough, there are stars that you can't see. What doesn't make sense about that? It sounds like you're trying to make a positive claim about there being southern and northern hemispheres without making the claim directly.
I'm just trying to understand how it works because when I look at the globe model, right, it's a thing of if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I look at the sky, I can see what's being shown with the rotation of the stars around Polaris. That makes sense, right?
No,
Then
because you beg the question. So when you say does it make sense? Well, if we're talking about five senses, no. But if we're talking about logic, also no, because you're begging the question of a northern and southern hemisphere. So we're already on a sphere. Just so, I mean,
I'm just trying to. Well, I'm not begging the question. Well, the
well,
thing
it
here,
is begging the question because you're saying
what I'm
they
trying
look
to.
different in the southern and northern hemisphere. Now that does beg the question because that automatically puts you on a sphere with two hemispheres.
What I'm trying to understand is how I can actually explain these star trails on a flat plane, and I haven't been able to make that work.
The same
Now
way
I'm
that
trying.
you do. That's why we have a celestial sphere model. That's because that's actually a flat Earth model, by the
Could
way.
you
But
show
you
that to
could.
me?
What do you mean? It's like
Or
you've never seen the celestial sphere? Now they claim that it's due to us being on a sphere, but that's the one part that can't be validated. But the celestial sphere model uses you know what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna read you something right now. I'm gonna drop it in the chat as well. So you know, it's from Royal Air Force College. A lot of the guys have heard me read this before. Um okay. Uh Earthly is what the portion of this article is titled. Andrew Hill in parentheses Darwin rules. Okay. July 12th, page 127 says, quote, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth, end quotes. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. There's those words again, right? The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused, you sound a little confused, dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College. Now, if you go back to the portion where they say the real world is as we perceive it to be, what they're saying is it looks like we're in a fixed position,
And the celestial or the equatorial plane is a plane. It's a plane. It's just a plane. That they say, okay, we're going to take these measurements from hell, the center of Earth, on the equatorial plane, in which we can then apply this celestial sphere model. No, you're just standing on a plane and you're applying what the sky looks like based on the degrees and the positions that the stars are in, or the moon or the sun, whatever you're going to use to navigate. So when you say make it make sense, well, when you look at the hemisphere, aka the star map, that is just the, what is it called again? Celestial sphere, which is on a flat earth anyway. So what's so hard about that?
Well, the stars you have to use are different when you're in the northern and southern hemispheres. That's why.
Yeah, they use two planes.
Yeah, but why are there two planes when there's only one sky?
I mean, it's the same plane. They just use a different reference point, which is somewhere in the south instead of in the north. There's the north side, there's the south side. If you're using an astrolabe, you just flip it around.
But they rotate differently.
So
Right, bro. That's right. You heard it right there. That homeboy just said, I have an a priori assumption that the star field is one ubiquitous thing. Can't be two things doing two different things. So he has a assumption that then gives him a bias against the concept that maybe the stars aren't what you think they are. So if you assume what the stars are and then retro-engineer your interpretation from that assumption and say, oh, this doesn't work because my assumption must carry and can't be altered, then are you really thinking rationally? No, you're not. You have an assumption, you're putting it into your conclusion in the first instance, and so you can't come up with alternate explanations. What if the stars are three different things? Three different fields of stars? What if there's 7 different fields of stars? Well, we could validate that quite easily by just traveling to the star field and looking back through it at the Earth. Oh, wait a minute, no one's ever done that. So it's all interpretation. All right, let's listen to what else he has to say.
If they're all part of the same sky and the sky rotates the same way, they should be rotating the same way, but they don't.
No. Look at this very real image. Like, yeah, I don't think you're. I think you're trying not to understand what we're putting down here. We're not trying to give you new knowledge. We're saying what you think you know is not what you know. How could anyone explain this? You see how somebody's from standing in one point of the earth and there seems to be 2 different rotations, even though we all know that from any one perspective, the stars go from east to west no matter where you are on the earth. That's not what this looks like, though. So if someone were to just look at the sky and go, well, it looks different, it is what it is. What's that got to do with the shape of the earth?
Well, if this image was taken somewhere on the equator, I don't know where this picture is taken from, but I'm assuming that the camera is pointed either east or west.
Look at what Drace just posted. I mean, that's from one singular point. And it's of the same sky. If the Earth were rotating, that's not possible. We got to keep it real, right? Are we keeping it real? Are you keeping it real with me?
Of course I am. I'm here to ask questions. I'm looking for answers, man.
I'm asking questions too. That's why I'm asking you now. 11 minutes past the hour where Drace just posted that image.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
If the Earth were rotating and that was why we saw the star trails, then what Drace posted would make absolutely no sense. Are you with me on that or no?
Say that question one more time. If the Earth was round, that wouldn't make sense. What they said. Sorry, I'm just trying to.
That's okay. I'll say it again. The reason that we have star trails, according to everyone who believes in a globe, that's why they're different in the south and yada yada yada, is
Yes.
because of the spin of the earth. That's why
Yeah.
the stars move. So
Yeah,
if
that is that claim, yeah.
if that was the case, then the image that Drace posted would make absolutely no sense.
I don't think so.
Can you
It's
justify it? To help me make it make sense. If the Earth is rotating, how do you get an image like this?
okay. First and foremost, I don't know if there's a panoramic view on the camera that was used. I don't know where and when this picture was taken.
What if there was a panoramic view? What difference would it make?
Well, it would widen your
Yeah.
field of vision, right? If you're
Yeah.
looking like if this is if it's a 180 degree, right? That's half of a circle. You know, you see half the sky.
Mm-hmm.
If it's more than that, you're going to see more than half the sky, and this is
Well, how do
long
you see more
exposure,
than
probably,
how
right?
do you see
So
more than 180 degrees from horizon to horizon, though? That's not possible.
All right, bro. So what that homeboy's about to say is, if my field of view isn't direct linear relationship of the light, and there's a distortion within the light, and my field of view is greater than the normal propagation angles, then I will see a counter rotation, which is brought on by the way in which the light travels through the lens, which means he understands that just because you see an object in a particular location moving in a particular direction, based on optical phenomenon, it may not be there. He then takes that, throws it in the garbage, and says, oh, if the Earth was a globe, I'd see a counter rotation. I see a counter rotation, therefore the Earth's a globe. Completely lacks the imagination to critique his own position, that he's assuming object constancy and all kinds of other physical location claims about the stars in relationship to himself before he can carry his conclusion. Right? Absolutely. All right, let's listen to some more.
no, but it is possible if you have a panoramic camera that is set to take an image that goes beyond the human scope of vision.
What do you mean beyond the humans? You mean like left to right versus, horizon, then arcing up above you and then back down?
What I'm saying is this globe model, right?
No, no. That's too, because
Okay.
I'm trying to get a. There's only two orientations you can move the camera: left to right,
Right,
and
yeah.
and then, or you can arc it. Right? You can arc it, or you can move it left to right. The thing is, if you were moving it from left to right, then you wouldn't get the middle image.
When you're standing on the Earth and you look north, you see stars going around Polaris. If you stand on the Earth and you look south, you see stars going around the Southern Cross area. So, if you're looking directly east or west to the horizon, and you take a panoramic camera view that goes beyond 180 degrees, and you take a picture long exposure to get the star trails, you get this kind of image.
Can you explain that to me, Drace? Help me understand.
Yeah, what I think his problem is basically that it's
Her.
perspective.
It's a her.
The stars are not going in
Doesn't matter.
different
Doesn't matter.
directions. They're not moving differently. It's kind of like when you see a car coming from a city and you're standing by the side of the road, and the car comes from your right and passes you by. But then you go to the other side of the street and you wait, and all of a sudden another car comes, but he doesn't come from your right because he's coming from the city. He comes from your left. You turned around. That's why it appears to be going in a different direction.
That is correct. And that's actually the point that I'm trying to make. Depending on where you're standing, what you see in the night sky changes. And
yeah, it's called
what car? Yeah, it's called perspective. Correct. Yeah. What I'm saying is, it doesn't make sense to me how. It just don't make sense to me, and Well, that's it.
The stars move above your head. You don't need to know the exact mechanics of how all that works to measure the ground and know that the globe isn't true.
All right. Well, thanks for answering my question. I appreciate the indulgence. It was fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. You're always
Yep.
welcome.
Yeah.
Do you want
thanks.
that
Yeah.
role? So in case you come back.
I mean, you can put me as a globe.
Rose, did that guy bail as soon as Homeboy said that the sky is irrelevant and if you just measure the ground, it'll arbitrate the proposition? And he's like, bail, emergency, I'm out, get out of here. All right, let's see what happens on the wrap up.
Yeah, that's fine. You were very nice to me, Elijah. I appreciate that.
I try.
Good evening, everyone.
Verified.
Is it evening for you already? Man.
Yeah, it is. And I can see the full moon already. I don't know where you guys are, but I will guess it would be possible at the same time.
I'm in Vegas.
I mean,
No, my bad. Sorry, I'm laughing off mute. AJ is like, how come she gets a glow roll on her first talk, and I don't got mine? And then all I see is the little emoji laughing dude. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, AJ. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, and what Dre said, yeah. You sound like a super troll. At least dang, I forgot their name already.
Ferocious
At least
Ladybug.
Ferocious Ladybug.
Yeah.
At least she actually tried. She just seemed genuine. Like she just like what she was asking was what she was asking. And that was just what it was. Now, okay, so Ferocious Ladybug, are you leaving or
I'm
you
probably going to hop out in a second, but, I'll stick around for a couple minutes more. That's no problem.
okay? You want to know something that doesn't make sense to me?
Sure, shoot your shot.
By the way, what I'm about to tell you is like the linchpin for the entire mathematical extrapolation of the heliocentric belief system. So the horizon is supposed to be a tangent to a tangent point. So you have a line of sight to the maximum distance that you can see the ground, because beyond that it's curving away from you. That is what the
Yeah.
horizon is claimed to be, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
Now, okay, since you already understand that, I don't have to go and get the video that shows you that, because usually other globe earthers will say, I don't believe that the horizon is Earth curve or something because the Earth is too big, or I don't know. Okay. Do you already understand the formula for the horizon? Have you ever looked that up?
I mean, if you're talking about like 8 inches per mile squared, I've heard
No.
of that. I've heard there was another thing. I'm not a mathematician though, but there's a longer like equation type curve thing. But
Yeah, not that.
all right, then
Even
it's new
though
to
they're
me.
like, yeah, it's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. Is that something you would? Well, I mean, you're just hearing it for the first time. But you know what? Okay, Google distance to horizon formula.
Sure, I can do that.
So you see what it's showing there? You see the
I get up,
diagram?
I get University of Washington. How far away is the horizon? And then there's an equation
Do you see
that
any images with it, or?
not images.
All
But it
right,
says
that's a PDF. I don't. You could download it, or if you don't want to download it, just
right.
hit images.
Yeah, it was If our eye is 5 feet above sea level, then the horizon is about a distance of this many miles away. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you find any reason to disagree with that being just the accepted verbiage and truth on a globe?
I mean, probably, yeah. Height definitely allows you to see farther. And
Right.
as far
That's
as I
accounted
can
for.
tell, yeah, and as far as
1.2
I can
times
tell,
the square root of the observer's height. So
yeah,
regardless of what height you are, you would plug in the same formula.
yeah.
Yeah. So at one height, like for instance, 1 foot above sea level would the horizon would be 1.2 miles away from you, is what the
Mhm.
claim is.
Right,
So
yeah.
so here's the thing. That claim is not true. There's no way to validate that claim.
How come?
Well, not that that claim has been falsified, I should say. Well, because if you go to let me send you a video. Well, maybe a video is too much. I don't know how long you're gonna stay or be in here. Let's go with CFI investigators. Because for me this is the most damaging. Let's see.
I mean, you can send me a video and I'll watch it. I might not have time tonight, but I'll probably watch it in my free time. If I come around, I'll tell you what I think of it. That's that's a
Yeah,
gold standard promise.
so this video right here, around 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Or let's just to be safe, just say 4:34. And just write that time stamp in. This guy, as a matter of fact, right in the thumbnail, he's explaining that they're going to send a boat out with stripes, and the stripes are going to begin to disappear as the boat descends beyond the horizon. So he basically says the camera height is 1 foot above this lake, and he says the horizon is expected to be at 1.2 miles. To quote him specifically, is 1.22. So I know he's looking at the same formula we're looking at. And at the end of the video, the flags disappear. Some of them, obviously, from the bottom of the boat. And then, he says, look, see, that's the thing with flat earthers. They always deny evidence. What's funny is when you look at it, and based on what is this? How could anybody be calling on this? Anyway, so the interesting thing about this is the horizon was never in front of the boat. The horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles. The boat was 3 miles away, and the horizon was behind the boat. Therefore, they couldn't have used the radius to deduce the distance to the horizon. If it was a further distance, then it would have to be a bigger radius, which would pretty much ruin orbital mechanics. We could just stop there, because obviously they supposedly have satellites orbiting the Earth, the ISS orbiting the Earth. They had to go around the Earth like 15 times to reach escape velocity to go to the moon. They had to get the distance to the moon, which they would have needed the radius of the Earth for that as well. The size of the moon, which they would have needed the radius of the Earth as well. And so just the fact that the horizon is not geometric, which would be a consequence of a globe the size that they claim, means it's not a globe.
Right. Well, the great thing about this video, because I skimmed over, like they don't actually show like the moment, like they don't linger on it, they just cut to people talking, which is like a real pain in the ass because you'd like to just see the whole thing play out. So that's unfortunate. But I can
What are
see,
you saying is missing?
well, it's like they show the first stripe going just partially obstructed below water, and then they
Mhm.
cut away. Like they don't show the rest of it, which
Well,
I
he's
find to be a bit of a
speaking.
pain.
He's speaking on it now. This is CFI investigators, and they are on Nat Geo's network. So you have CFI investigators, which people would expect to be telling the truth because they debunk things and they clarify things, and that's their job. And then there's Nat Geo, and Nat Geo has editors, and you know they have the money to be correct about these things. So they're there to disprove flat earthers by showing the geometric horizon. So they explain that the stripes begin to disappear when the boat is just at 1.2 miles. Then they cut away, they come back, and then they're like, okay, now the boat is at 3 miles. And he says, look, the stripes disappeared due to the horizon that I'm pretty sure he can tell with his own eyeballs is not in front of the boat. Which is the only thing I'm trying to point out to you. I mean, that's got to kind of be the biggest faux pas in history, right?
I mean,
to say that it's the horizon is behind the boat. I mean, to say that the horizon is in front of the boat blocking the stripes when you, me, and we can all see that the horizon is not in front of the boat is a major no-no, right?
well, water is supposed to be level, right? It looks like it's sinking.
Yeah, but that's a complete red herring, isn't it? That's a digression from the main premise.
I see what you're saying, but
Well, all you got to do is say, yeah, that's crazy as hell. Like, I mean, anybody in any conversation, when somebody makes a mistake, people typically like are quick to jump on that. Like, yeah, you dumb as hell, bro. How you made that? Like, but in this, in not just you, but a lot of people can't just admit when people make mistakes, probably because I told you it's the linchpin of the globe. So it's not something that you're ready to accept. I get that, but it's a mistake. When I say a mistake, it's a mistake on his part to literally be saying that the horizon is blocking the stripes when it's not. That's just either an outright mistake or an outright lie. That's just one of the two choices that is out there. Unless you can tell me a third choice. It's either it was a lie on his part or he was mistaken.
I mean, he could be mistaken, but like the red stripe you can see compared to the above one, I don't know. It looks strange. I'd rather see this thing. I'd rather see it over a longer distance with a larger object because then any differentials would be a lot easier to make out.
Well, things disappear bottom up over a flat surface. We have videos of that as well, so that's not really confusing for any of us. Only because we've actually seen it demonstrated. So there's no reason to think that something over a horizontal surface wouldn't appear to disappear from the bottom up. Again, because we've already observed that. We've done it with RC boats. Then there's this Nat Geo claim. Then there's like quarters over a surface. I'm sure you've seen that, but you probably argue that it's below the eye level of the mid level of the camera, because that's the main objection we get with that. So I didn't bother to mention it. But the bottom line is none of that has to do with the fact that the geometric horizon was supposed to be in front of the boat, and it's not. And that's the one thing I don't hear you responding to.
Right. I don't know how to explain that because what I'm saying here is that there is like that blue line in front of the boat, right? That's what you're referring to, right? Is that like the horizon is
line behind the boat? Being
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it looks, like further away. It's
right. It looks like it's not in front of the boat. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's not where the guy is saying it is.
Right.
Like there's kind of no way around it.
The horizon, and this is just me speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on where the blue line starts, right? That's the blue line. Where the blue line starts is where the horizon is, right? It
Where the
looks
sky
like it's
appears to
ahead.
meet the ground,
It's
yeah.
yeah, it's ahead of the boat, right?
Behind the boat?
And
behind.
yeah, behind the boat. Like we're standing and we're looking at the boat, and behind it is further horizon ahead, right? But then for some reason, the bottom of the flag appears to be sinking.
Well, it's
Slightly.
not due to the horizon being in front of it, right? Which is the premise.
Well, I thought
This is what I mean by a red herring, which is remember we were talking about logic, right? So
Yeah.
a red herring is a logical fallacy. So
Yeah.
it is it typically happens when there's a diversion from the main point instead of addressing the point itself by saying, yeah, because we looked at the math. You already understand that there's a geometrically speaking, there's a tangent to the tangent point. That point is supposed to be the maximum distance that you see the horizon. And this isn't that. These are all of the things that we discussed within this conversation of maybe 10, 15 minutes. And even though we've discussed all these things, the one thing you're not speaking about is how the horizon is supposed to be in front of the boat, and it's just not there.
Yeah, I don't have a good explanation for that.
That's fine. I don't want you to have an explanation. I did this so that I can expose new information to you, because usually when people say that the horizon, when flat earthers say we see too far, and then people like I forget the guy's name. There's a lot of TikTokers and a lot of globe earthers that'll say, "Silly man, all you got to do." Oh, that's his name. Joe Rogan or Toe Rogan.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
he chastises flat earthers by saying all you have to do is wait a little while and then you'll see the boat go behind the horizon. But that's not the claim, is it? The claim is that the horizon is at a geometric distance that we can all validate using the formula. And I just showed you that you can't validate that. And I guarantee you, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to validate it. At best, you're going to have to find an ad hoc reason as to why that is, which doesn't really satisfy the claim, which for some people, we like direct evidence. So,
Yeah, no, but hey, man, I appreciate being exposed to new information. It's the thing is, there are things you know and there are things you don't know. And if you don't know something, it's because you haven't been told or because you don't believe it. And I can appreciate this. I'm going to need to think about why this is happening, right?
Yeah, for sure. You might want to go. You might want to go to a beach, and if you can, some people are landlocked. If you have a lake near you or a beach near you, and a ship tracker, or you know how far away a buoy is, or something like that, because you're going to need something to reference it off of. So you're going to need the horizon, and you're going to need to know the distance of something else to figure out if you can validate the claim that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Because once you see it yourself, it's kind of hard to try to explain and justify it. Because I would never justify, like, look, my house, let's say my house is a mile away and I can see it, binoculars, right? And I know that behind my house, there's a library. Imagine I come to, into town one day and I'm looking into the distance and I see the library and I see my house behind the library when I know it's supposed to be in front of it. In nobody's world does that make sense.
Right. I hear what you're saying. One thing that I want to add out is just people come in with bad faith against flat Earth people. It's like they come in with like a mission or just to like laugh. Like I'm just asking questions, and there are certain things. I want to know why. I don't know if you want to call it a belief, if that's derogatory or whatever, but just it's like we're living in a flat plane. This is what I see. I want to know why people think that.
But because I definitely just debunked the geometry of the globe. That would be reason number one for me.
Yeah, well, I've looked at that video. Like, I can't explain that. I have,
Well, we
however,
also have
seen.
something called the Black Swan. I don't know if you know Karl Popper.
Well, I've seen mountains disappear and sink like below the horizon line. I've seen that.
But
I don't
that
know
would
how to
be
fucking
begging the
explain
question,
that,
right?
but yeah.
If only if you were to devise an argument. I mean, because remember, you have nothing to reference. So if you're using the horizon as the reference, and you're saying things are getting lower behind the horizon because of Earth curve, that would be begging the question. The argument I just laid out to you has no begging the question in it whatsoever. See how interesting that is?
All right, I see what you mean now. I see what the objection is. Okay.
Yeah, begging the question and
I didn't
affirming the
understand what
consequent are
you.
like,
Yeah, I didn't understand what you were meaning with that earlier. I get it now. It's
So I would say to you that there's literally not one globe Earth claim that doesn't include either a reification fallacy, a begging the question fallacy, or an affirming the consequent fallacy, if not more than one or all of those. That like it, that's a big problem for me. I don't know why it
Right.
wouldn't be a big problem for anyone else, but that's a problem for me. Because when I prove
Right.
things, I don't need to use fallacious reasoning to do it.
Right. Well, to quote what you said, the first thing you said to me, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. Probably don't make sense, right? That was the
Yeah,
first
pretty
thing
much.
you said to me.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
now, what you just said, I could totally understand how, like, you'd find that to be an obstacle. Like, you'd be like, heliocentrism doesn't make sense because of this. I get that. I don't have that issue, but I totally understand why that's something that you would have an issue with. And I don't have any good answers for you. And I'm never gonna tell a plumber how to do my piping because duty water is just gonna go everywhere, right? I'm not a fucking plumber.
Yeah, that's
Excuse my
why
language, but
that's why we love science in here. And we also love history in here, not to keep on dragging you farther down the rabbit hole, but heliocentrism is only 500 years old. And it was proposed by priests. Um, so that's something that's disheartening for, atheists and agnostics. They're like, whoa, hold up, priests of what? Christianity? Hell no, I think not, right? A lot of people have that sort of feeling, especially those that are like scientifically, quote unquote, inclined. And then you have the idea of the different galaxies and the expanding universe. That's only 100 years old, proposed by Edwin Hubble. And around the time that he was proposing those things, he admits that there's no justification for why his forefathers 500 years ago said that we are in rotation around the sun. So we kind of get our knowledge not from flat earthers, but from learning what has been said, and then just using just the most basic logic and reasoning. I could see if they had actual proof, but when you hear these scientists and these PhDs and these philosophers of all different types, they basically are all saying the same thing, that there's no direct evidence, but this is how we logically deduce things.
Yeah.
And then when I look at the logic behind why they deduce things, and that logic includes fallacious logic, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and I totally get that. And you are totally right. Like historical perspectives are very useful. They are very useful. Not just because you get to know what happened, but you also get into like the mindset of people at the time, and what's maybe been lost over time and what's like been replacing it, and it's not always good, right? One thing, there's been people like there are some people in chat who say like I don't seem genuine.
Please
that's-
don't mind them. Please don't mind them. Like there's a few members in here that ban my friend that I just have to run behind and go, don't you do that. Like so it's I have issues with them as well. It's a community. It's not like a place where we all agree and we're of one hive mind.
Misunderstanding.
People are gonna say stuff.
Right.
Not you, Lily. It was someone else. No,
Yeah,
they were talking
just
about someone else.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, I think that anyone who has honesty and truth as their highest virtue, and who can admit when they're wrong, and who goes forth just with that mindset, it doesn't really matter too much to me what they like actually believe. I just want them to be good people, right? And I have to believe that someone with intellectual integrity can go into an arena and say, look, this is what I think, this is what doesn't make sense to me, this is what does make sense to me, and I just want to speak that. And you're going in to try and develop yourself, I have to hope that at some point that person reaches whatever the highest form of truth is and is able to share that with the world in a way that makes things better. Because when if you treat people as hostiles, or if you see someone as a hostile, you're going to treat them like a hostile. If you see someone as a friend, you're going to treat them like a friend. And I don't want to make enemies here, because anyone here who is like, I want to know what the truth is, and I want to share it with people, that's a good attitude.
Yeah.
All right. And then the only thing that can fucking, sorry for my language, but the only thing that can ruin that, like the most effective lie is a half truth, because nothing allows a person to put poison in your system than by mixing it into a drink that tastes good to you, right? People slip in lies when they can't afford to, and it's a very toxic thing. So dishonesty is like the worst thing imaginable.
Yes.
So I just appreciate your time, and I appreciate that you took time to answer my questions. I wasn't satisfied with the whole Star Trail thing. I haven't changed my mind about that. But I think that the way you, in particular, Elijah, went about this, I think you've got a good attitude, and I don't think that you're going to make things worse for anyone. And that's good. I want to say that to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming here. I had a good conversation with you as well. Thank you for those in the chat who stood by, posted, and help with the citations and things like that. You guys are all amazing as well. Except for the ones that said she wasn't genuine. We didn't need that, but other than that, it was a good conversation.
Disagreeable.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was that? Something about being disagreeable? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But the whole half truth.
I was saying I'm just disagreeable. That's all. Y'all can continue the conversation.
Okay, thanks, bro.
Yeah, the whole half truths thing, like, that's the thing about academia. With I would say it's worse than half truths, but at best, like what people take away from the things that they say are half truths. What's a good example? Well, like I said, people think that they'll say, "Oh, we already have so much scientific evidence for the heliocentric model," and yada yada yada. First of all, a scientific model is something that after you have an observed natural phenomena, then you have a proposed hypothesis, then you test the hypothesis, then you validate the hypothesis, and then you have other subsequent hypotheses that are also valid. You now have a scientific theory. There's no such thing for the heliocentric. I don't even know model. I don't know how they define model when they say the model of heliocentrism.
Right.
So just bringing the point to the whole half truth thing, like I was talking about Edwin Hubble, then you have people like Einstein who also said that there's no no actual experiment, terrestrial or otherwise, meaning otherwise as in just looking. There's no way from the Earth you can tell whether the Earth is moving or whether we're moving. Hence relativity, right? Because everything is relative. You don't really know which is which. But school definitely teaches it. TV programming teaches it. The news teaches it. Everyone who's in authority teaches it as if it is pure fact. And that is, if I'm being charitable, a half truth that I cannot stand.
Right. Well, I understand that perspective, and I do mirror the sentiment. And scientific theory is yeah, you start with a hypothesis, you test it. If you get repeatable empirical results, you can maybe call it a theory, right? If you got enough evidence to back it up. Now, I didn't come here to change any minds. Obviously, I came here with a question about star trails that didn't make sense to me. But it's I'm not here to force anyone to believe anything, and I came here just because I wanted to ask some questions, and you gave me answers, and whether or not I'm satisfied with them, you kept it civil, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah, no problem, no worries.
Yeah, God bless.
God bless.
Yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna hop off.
Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Ladybug.
It should happen like that every time.
What is your profession?
Hey, old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Hey, it's Professor Dave. Let's talk about ideal gases.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
Let's recall our definition of a gas as the phase of matter where atoms of a substance are in motion and fill their container. If we make a couple simplifying assumptions about gases, we can make some easy predictions. Those are that 1. Particles of a gas are dimensionless points in random motion, and the identity of the gas is irrelevant. Could be anything. And 2, that the particles don't interact apart from elastic collisions, bouncing off one another like balls on a pool table. These things aren't completely true, but they make the math easy and surprisingly accurate, so these kinds of samples are called ideal gases. When examining an ideal gas, we want to be able to discuss 4 variables. 1. Pressure. This is the force the gas is exerting on its container, or rather, how much the particles are hitting the sides. 2. Temperature. This is the amount of heat energy available to be transferred into kinetic energy of motion. The higher the temperature, the faster the particles move. 3. Volume. How big is the container? And 4. Moles. How many particles are there in the container? So, how many particles, how big is the container, how fast are the particles moving, and how often do they hit the sides? As it turns out, these variables depend on one another in interesting ways that have been formulated into laws. Let's look at a piston. While keeping the moles and temperature the same, in other words, the same number of particles moving at the same speed, if we compress the volume, the pressure must go up. The particles will be hitting the sides more often because there is less distance to travel to hit a side. That means that pressure and volume are inversely proportional. If one goes down, the other goes up. This is expressed in Boyle's law, P1V1 equals P2V2. If we double one variable, we have to cut the other one in half in order to keep this equation valid. Volume and temperature are also related. If we have gas in a balloon and we heat it up, the particles will move more quickly. In order to keep pressure constant, or hit the sides with the same frequency, the volume will have to expand. This means that volume and temperature are directly proportional. If one doubles, the other must double. This is expressed in Charles' law. When we do calculations with temperature, we must always use an absolute temperature scale called the Kelvin scale. 1 degree Kelvin is the same magnitude as 1 degree Celsius, but 0 Kelvin is absolute zero, the lowest temperature possible, a complete absence of heat energy. This helps us avoid weird mathematical issues that would arise if we were doing a calculation involving a negative or 0 temperature. To get Kelvin from Celsius, just add 273. To go the other way, subtract. The combined gas law is like a combination of Boyle's and Charles'. Avogadro's law says that equal volumes of gases at the same temperature and pressure contain the same number of molecules. Specifically, that 1 mole of ideal gas occupies 22.4 liters at standard temperature and pressure, regardless of the identity of the gas. Lastly, all the variables correlate in one equation called the ideal gas law. This also contains the gas constant R, which makes these calculations intelligible in our man-made units. There are a number of values for R depending on the units, but we will predominantly use this one. This equation is useful when we aren't looking at a change, but just to know the values of all 4 variables at once, like in this case. We could know the pressure, temperature, and volume of a gas, and quickly calculate how many moles of particles must be in the sample. So if you were looking at a sample of gas and you have 3 of the 4 variables, you can solve for the 4th using the ideal gas law. If you are given some initial conditions as well as some final conditions, you can use one of the other laws to find the other information. Just plug in what you know and solve for what you don't. Let's check comprehension. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials, and as always, feel free to email me, professordaveexplains@gmail.com.
Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
Give me a couple of examples, if you would, of some of the human life sciences experiments that you're going to be involved with on this flight.
Well, living and working in space go along with doing science experiments in space.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Okay, you heard Don Pettit.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. Astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture. You know, we've got some fancy backdrops, I guess.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require space.
Say we live in the worst of all possible universes to live in. For the future of life. So much for intelligent design. But you can show that among all universes that are continuing to expand forever, a universe which is accelerating.
Because the whole thing seems to stem.
The horizon is flat. What I'm saying is that, like, if you use your senses, right, you don't feel anything spinning, and you don't see the curve of the Earth at any altitude. And then
You can see the curve of the Earth at certain altitudes, though.
Yeah, I was on a plane to get here, and I saw it.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not being smart. I really, I travel a lot and I fly a lot, and I can see the curvature when I fly.
Okay, so 35,000 feet, you can see it, right? That's what you're saying?
Generally speaking, I mean, if the cloud level is low and I can see the horizon, I can see a slight curve to it. Yeah.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see it at that altitude.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, was it Felix? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface. And he's, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
This really doesn't. We have satellites orbiting. Wait, I'm really not prepared to have this conversation because right now what we've got is, I mean, you cannot deny that this is considered to be an extremely fringe view in light of fields of study that span many aspects of science, right? So
in science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
This is not.
That's Galileo, and you could let him know how he feels about that. When people told him like how he thought that the Earth was rounded, and he was on the fringe and everything, right? So that's
and believe me, if it turns out that one day this is consensus, I will say, dang, I have to eat my hat.
Astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. The only limit to human future is in our own imagination.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Chicago's beyond the horizon, should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very moment. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from this.
Let me give you one piece of advice. Be honest. He knows more than you can imagine.
So why your love went away? Thought it was me and you, baby.
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring.
Wow. How about that announcement?
Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time!
geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Back the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this.
You just said watching shit is science. You just said watching shit is science.
Science,
bro.
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do?
He went and he did the calculation they learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right, so second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night.
Yeah. Believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy, he did it from Oklahoma City, I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed, explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking,
what, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to. Now you have to. No. Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
Gotcha, bitch. So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should.
accept it to be the case. It's very.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted. I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up! Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proof, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you go down gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello.
Can't even do it.
McFly,
You're fucking sick, dude.
McFly.
You're sick in the fucking head. Like you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What? How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What
no,
does
I
the
don't.
Earth look like
because
when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit...
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
What, you don't see it as flat or curved?
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat?
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat,
How do you not understand
look curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved?
Neither.
Yeah,
neither.
so what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, but
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
that is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible... The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great. Sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
lie detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line? No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof. It's
not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it tells you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'd say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What? The
Angles
angle
in
of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
relativity
from
as a
what?
concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle, and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah. Well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
give
the
it a
flat
flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right. So it's a flat baseline.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right. So not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yes.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you're just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is. That's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
You never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
Talking about quantum physics, which is indeterministic. Anyway.
You do
Okay,
understand.
we're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome, so the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What? I think he said. The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, "Yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container? Without a container?
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim. What is it? You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that. No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
Just if we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No.
Well, I mean,
no. I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry, go ahead.
Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
Yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different.
Well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that...
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle? I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion, it's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch!
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch! How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would you be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you?
Kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so as I was saying,
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere.
Give us a citation.
There is.
Flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat
No,
surface
you can't. I don't
on
give
a
a shit about
basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved? So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic? Yes, of course. Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference? But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level? Okay. It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind? Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be. What's the difference between flat level and curved level? Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale. Okay, so curved level is actually curved. Yes, curved level is more like a tangent. So flat and curved are two different things. Yes. Yeah. And level and curved are two different things. Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things. Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
TV. Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air? If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right? Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So what about the same thing? What about the same thing for do you guys know what a sextant is? Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is? Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon. Yeah. How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky? What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles. Yeah, dude. You know about straight lines. Straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent, correct? Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why. Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit. Do you think doesn't mean it's just
Ryan agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing? That's usually what peer review means. No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments. Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively common. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing, usually it's not, your accent is fine, it's that sometimes you rush some words, that's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah,
forces.
Oh, not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force.
Yeah. So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an
exist.
actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is. You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real alter. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be so.
Quick question: Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual.
No,
it's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's a non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question. Is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, you know, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, they're smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably are not even disabled. You're a victim, and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like, it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
You've just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be great
really
if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh,
no, that's not how it's
stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
correctly, yes. There. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like... many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah,
okay.
There are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not true. Nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
That's a false equivalence.
Man-made
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland.
What? Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK? That hills, what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitude.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
You know, but it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance a photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is gonna blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just
for something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere, so your question is invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblique spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
Wow.
No. Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is. So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your
Maybe
argument.
it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly. You don't want it? 1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
at a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What are you on about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what
airtime?
you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means of the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed, if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god. I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them in like a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that we can derive the rate of curvature, we can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up, and because you keep going off topic.
You hear my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there, directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed, we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach? Right.
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you have to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Hey, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant because it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given a telescope, a telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like we got Tanner05 that just joined the chat. So I'm gonna have to get back to work here in just like 5. Well, actually now 3 more minutes. But does Tanner have any roles?
Yeah, he's VC verified, baby.
Yo, Tanner, I just unmuted you, bro. Oh, you're never mind. You're VC verified. What's up, Tanner05? Welcome to the night shift.
What's up?
Well, nothing much, man. Just kicking it like Bruce Lee. Chilling with the Flat Earth family. What you up to, man?
Just playing Destiny 2.
Why are you playing that game? You should be playing Lost Ark.
Never heard of that game.
That's the best game ever, bro. Or Warframe. Either one of those.
Nah, Destiny 2 is better than Warframe. Come on now.
Alright, now I might have to get rid of you just simply because of that. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Warframe is just too broken. There's no, good balancing in there.
Dude, it's all about the OP, bro. All about the OP. I got a Scythe in there that just kills everything in one swipe. So freaking awesome.
It's just too broken.
Yeah, I know. I have just like a 8-year-old account, so can't get rid of it. Anyway, I'm gonna have to be getting back to work, but Drace is here, and he'll help you with all your globe troubles. You can cry on his shoulder if you need to, or whatever. Just kidding.
Yeah, I won't be staying very long, but yeah, please go on ahead. Tell me all your problems.
Or Timbo. Timbo's here. He's from Australia. Somewhere. Anyways, I got a jet. But I'll be listening.
So, what are your ideas about the shape of the Earth? So, Tanner, is the Earth a sphere or is it flat? What are your ideas?
I don't know. I just came here to listen because I was bored. I'm just more in the middle,
So you just don't know. You didn't get educated like the rest of us. You didn't hear the globe model like everybody else.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, my audio is a little low.
So you didn't believe in the globe model at all?
I did as a kid, of course.
What made you question the globe model?
Guess I don't like circles.
So you don't like circles, and that's why the globe... What?
Well, it's just not natural, It doesn't feel natural.
Yeah, I don't. That's a naturalist fallacy. That's not logical. Do you have any logical arguments for this?
No, that's why I come here to listen. Just to get talking points.
It's all good. It's all good. I highly recommend listening and getting a feel for the room just to understand what's happening and how things operate.
Okay.
So, is there anything that makes you think that the globe could be true?
I guess there's been a lot of, everybody backing. It was proven before, right?
How so?
Well, there was an experiment done where they shined a light, and I don't know how far they were, but the light didn't go through the hole. This was made by flat earthers.
And
then like the light didn't go through the hole.
You're talking about the Jeranism and the flashlight thing where they burnt out the laser and didn't use the laser and the flashlight isn't powerful enough to reach the other end?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what it was about.
Yeah. That's essentially
all I know, like that was like that basic premise.
When you have a flashlight, which is not a very powerful light source, and it's traveling through two holes. Whenever it goes through a hole, the light diffracts, and so it becomes even less powerful. And so when you're trying to shine a flashlight that far, it's never going to reach the other end. So that's a very inconclusive argument.
So it's hard enough to go through like one hole, but it's like impossible to go through two.
Well, if you just use the laser, it would be no problem, but you would still always have diffraction at the hole, which would decrease the intensity of the laser. However, what we have done is we have used many laser tests and infrared photography to show that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be in the globe model. So we have falsified that idea. Have you seen any of those tests?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so let's. Have you seen any observations or anything that put the globe into doubt?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, for instance, seeing way too far, considering the globe geometry.
I think I see pretty fine.
So on the globe, if you were 1 foot off the surface of the globe, the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles away. However, if you look in livestream voice text chat, Heretic has just posted a meme for you where we can...
Oh, I'm on Xbox right now. I can't see anything.
No worries. I'll just describe it for you. We're seeing platforms, oil platforms, over 10 or around 10 miles away, even though the horizon should only be 1.22 miles away. So that's 10 times further than the geometry. And so if we calculate the globe size based on that horizon distance, if we assume it's just 10 miles away, even though it looks like it's even further than the furthest oil rig, which is 9.41 miles away, and we can see an island that's even 29 miles away. It's pretty far away. Let me double check that. So I'm 100%. Yeah, it's 29 miles away. And so if the globe was just at the horizon at 10 miles away, then the size of the globe would be 256,000 miles, which is far in radius, which is far bigger than what they claim. It's so gigantic that all of the known land of the Earth would just be a tiny little flat spot on that globe. So why are we seeing 10 times further than the geometry would allow?
And what did Dryce just say? What did Dryce just say?
Huh? I don't know.
Exactly. Just as I thought.
I'm sitting here listening to people. You know? I'm just on Xbox, you know, grinding Shirochi.
You're not even doing that, mate.
You're on Xbox, just hanging out with us. Are you playing a game right now?
Yeah, I'm on Destiny 2.
How'd you find this server on Xbox?
Huh? No. Okay, so there's integration with Discord on Xbox. You don't have to connect your phone or anything. So I'm in the Discord on my phone, But since like I have my Xbox connected to Discord, I can just go over to like my parties and chats section of my UI, and then go to Discord, and I can click on a Discord and join a channel without like even having my Discord turned on.
Yeah, but how did you find this server from Discord? How did you find this server, friend?
They're a friend.
So, what was your friend's experience here?
Well, it was like a couple of years back, but you know, he would just talk a little bit, I guess. I don't know what he did, but he just showed me.
Took you that long to get here?
Well, no, I would always come in like some, you know, I've been in here before, but I just never really talked.
Oh, cool.
When did you join it?
So what Drace was trying to tell you is that, okay, so have you ever heard the idea that when a boat sails away from you in the ocean, it disappears bottom first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, then it disappears?
No, not really, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So what's it disappear behind? Right, the horizon. What's it disappear behind?
I don't understand the question.
So if a ship sails away from you and disappears bottom first, right?
Correct.
It appears to be sinking down. What's it disappearing
like starboard?
behind?
Like what side? Like not starboard side. Like hold on, I don't even
sailing
know.
away. The back side is the port side.
Stern.
Right.
Stern.
I'm not a sailor. I don't know.
There we go. Bow, stern, port.
Yeah, so the globe claim is that a boat will sail away from you, and because the surface of the Earth is curved, it's like going over a hill of water, right? So just like a hill, you disappear like feet first, then the legs, then your hips, then your body, then your head, right? In that order. So that's what they say a boat does. But that horizon is supposed to be like the edge of the Earth, right? The edge of the globe Earth, as far as you can see. After that point, the Earth is curving down and away from you, and you can't see that. This is the idea. So if the horizon is too far, right, farther than what the globe Earth model predicts, which Trace told you, is like 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for 1 mile, that's for a 1 foot elevation, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. This observation, and many others like this, show the horizon is 10 times farther than what the globe Earth model predicts. Okay. So if it's 10 times farther and we used, okay, what's this horizon distance? What size ball does this match? That ball would be what they claim the orbital distance of the moon is. And the circumference of the Earth would be 1.6 million miles. And the thing is that people don't get, like, okay, so it's just a bigger ball. Well, everything, the entire cosmology, distances on Earth that are calculated, they're all based upon this radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, it's all wrong. Right? You can't have a different radius value. Because, like, if you try to look up what's the distance from New York to London, it'll calculate that based upon the radius of the Earth using spherical trigonometry. But if the radius is wrong, then that can't be the correct distance. So why can, if this horizon is the physical edge of a ball, and we can see past that, it can't be the edge of a ball. You understand? So we make observations that you can see way too far. Okay, not just a little bit too far. Way too far. Orders of magnitude. It's not like, oh, I saw 10 miles farther. We're seeing, so like the longest distance photo is 275 miles. Okay, so think about that. If you were to drive 275 miles, how long would that take you?
Depends on the traffic.
Well, assuming no traffic, straight line, flat road, whatever. Right? So probably like 8 hours of driving.
Probably about 4 or 6 hours. Definitely not 8 though.
So if you drove 8 hours and you didn't go over the curvature of the Earth, what would you say about that? Or 6 hours, 4 hours. So think about you drove away from somebody. You're on a salt flat, and the salt flat is 275 miles long. You drove along that, and they could see you the entire time. Would you think the Earth is a ball?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
So we have these observations, multiple observations of seeing at distances that are way too far. We have there's laser measurement tests. There's radio communication of 10,000 miles before satellites existed. So in 1918, during World War II, in Australia, they were picking up radio broadcasts from Germany. So they're like, wow, that's kind of strange. If the Earth's a ball, how are we picking up radio broadcasts in Germany? Well, we're at war. We don't give a shit if the Earth's a ball. We're going to make an antenna and we're going to talk to Australia from the United Kingdom. And that's what they did. Okay, so 10,000 miles. You got to think. The circumference of the Earth is supposed to be 25,000 miles. So 10,000 miles away, you're like on the other side of the ball. So how are they talking from, like, it's like talking to the South Pole from the North Pole. Like, how's that possible? You got a giant ball in your way. Right? Radio waves bounce off the ground. They don't go through it. So how are they talking to somebody on the other side of the ball? So it's things like this. There's like multiple instances. Seeing too far, radio waves, microwave, infrared, like you name it. There's all sorts of methods that you can use to test it. And every single one of them indicate that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat.
Yeah.
So here's the fact, right? The surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? They say 70% water. So if the water does not have a curve to it, can the Earth be a ball?
I don't know.
You think you can have a ball that's 70% flat? That wouldn't be a ball, right? That would be something weird.
I guess so, yeah. It would be weird.
Yeah, it would be a weird-ass shape, like a frickin' half an egg or something. But this is what we're confronted with, right? So they say that the Earth is this, that, and the other thing. But when you go out and test it, in reality, it's not that. And then you come back inside, you watch TV, and they're like, oh, you watch the news, they show a spinning ball in the background, they show some space pictures, and a bunch of other stuff. And you're like, yeah, that's interesting. Let me go outside and test what I just saw on TV, and it's not that. And, so this is why flat earthers exist, because we're actually observing reality. And instead of being told, oh, it's just a ball that's too big to see, the Earth is just a big optical illusion, you're not really seeing what you think you're seeing, if you were special, you could get in a big giant rocket dick and fly to space and see the Earth as a ball. Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
But what about the people who say that since the other planets are, globes?
Other than what?
So, like, other planets, like, are globes.
Well,
so,
Earth
like,
isn't
what about people that
isn't
say,
a planet. And why would you associate them? Why would you associate the Earth with those things in the sky? What's the common factor? What's like, why would you think that, oh, where I am is the same as what's in the sky? Why would you think that?
Also, they admit they destroyed the technology to take the rocket dicks beyond low Earth orbit, and in low Earth orbit, the horizon appears flat.
So there's like this association people have. They go, oh, like, because they're told this is due to just repetition, right? That oh, we look in the sky and we see a bunch of circles, therefore the Earth must be a circle too. Because you don't actually see spheres. But even if you did see spheres, it wouldn't even matter. Because there's nothing to indicate. If you take out, it's like how we tell things are the same, right? To put them in the same category of things, right? Oh, I want to say that Earth is one of those things. Okay, so what we do as human beings, we observe the same thing. Now, if I take a telescope and I look at one of these dots in the sky and I go, okay, let me look around on Earth to see if I see the same thing, and you don't.
Yeah.
You've never looked at a planet and be like, hey, that's just like Earth. Or you've never looked at Earth and been like, oh, that's just like a planet. No, you don't. Nobody thinks that way. Or nobody, like, there's no obvious similarities between the two. So it's a misassociation. It doesn't logically follow that because you see spheres in the sky, the Earth is also a sphere. No more than if you see just trees, you're also a tree. Right? That doesn't make any sense. We don't think Earth is a disk floating in space. Okay? There is no outer space vacuum. That is a horseshit story.
What would you say to the people who come into the Discord and say that you're just spreading disinformation?
I'll ask them, what part was disinformation?
Like they say that you saying none of it's real.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Didn't say what was real.
I was just saying a globe, it's not a globe. Like they came in the Discord and they were saying it is a globe.
Okay.
It just
I mean,
telling the truth is misinformation now?
No, disinformation. What if they came into the Discord and they were saying you're spreading disinformation?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
So disinformation is...
I'd say be specific. What specifically did I say that was disinformation? I'd say be specific.
Hyper-specific.
It's nothing I just said.
Disinformation is information with the intent to mislead people. So hoaxes or propaganda. That's what disinformation is.
So disinformation can be true?
No. Misinformation is when you don't know that it's not true.
Yeah, but you have to prove, you have to now show that it was false information intended to mislead when that has none of that has been shown. Everything we have told you is verifiable in reality.
Everything.
Well, no, that's what I was asking. If somebody came into the Discord and then said that to you, what would you respond with?
Yeah, I'd ask them for a specific example of the disinformation, and then when they tried to give a specific example, I'd give affirmative evidence that what I said is absolutely 100% correct. For instance, the photo I talked about, it's a world record. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records. You can go look it up. The wireless transmission I talked about, there's literally a plaque in Australia about it on a rock, carved in brass on a rock, because it was officially done by the government. Because back then Australia was still a British Commonwealth, right? They were part of the British Empire, and troops had to go to fight in the trenches in Europe. And if you wanted to communicate any other way, you'd have to sail a ship all the way to goddamn Australia, say, hey, we need more troops. Then they'd have to sail a ship all the way back to the United Kingdom. It was a lot more efficient to just go, hey, let's just talk to Australia and say, hey, we need more troops. Send more troops here. So the records are official teletypes that were in between the defense minister of the United Kingdom and the defense minister of Australia. So everything I say can be backed up. Period. We don't say things. That's the one thing about this place. We don't say things we can't prove. Okay? We're I think you would call it we're empiricists, super empiricists, okay? We our position is claims are not evidence, right? So the claim that Earth is a planet, that's not evidence Earth is a planet. Claims that you can go to outer space, that's not evidence you can go to outer space. Claims that the Earth's a globe, that's not evidence it's a globe. So we go with evidence. We don't go with claims. And evidence that can be has to be testable, verifiable, and repeatable. Right? So claims that like I can't do or nobody can do, right? Oh, just go to space and look at the ball. Well, first of all, only 27 people even claim to have done that. So that's a very small club. Right? And no one can test or verify any of that stuff. You have to just trust the people claiming to have done it. It's analogous to a bunch of people saying, we saw Bigfoot, we saw the Loch Ness Monster, we saw, you can't prove it.
How would you
just have to believe it.
Just a second. Even claims that the Earth is flat, none of us took as, oh, that's just true just because someone said that. We went and tested it and found out that our previous belief was false.
So we're testing the gold model and make specific predictions. It says, if this, then that, right? And that's how science works, right? You have a model, and then you test it to try and falsify it. And then if you can't falsify it, it becomes, that's evidence that it's likely true, right? So we go out and we do observations that actually falsify the globe. I've personally done my own observations. I've watched ships sail from Boston Harbor that never disappeared over anything. Right? They're supposed to go over the edge of a ball. I've seen it, watch the ship go from 6 miles away, sail out to 30 miles. If you look at the globe map, like what does the globe predict to happen? Says that at like 15 miles away, I shouldn't see the ship anymore. But I've seen it 30 miles away with the naked eye. It should be 420 feet under the curve. That's a 42-story building. It's not like it's a little bit. It's like if I can't, and the thing is, it isn't like, oh, the ship was sticking up over the curb, because there's no ships that are 42 stories high. They've never built a ship that high, that's that tall. So it can't be that. So, like, just by the process of elimination, what do you have to eliminate? Can't be the ship, can't be the distance, can't be anything else. It has to be that the gold model is not correct.
So what if, like, I don't know, like if there's like a community like leader, I guess, if there is like who's like if you were to like pool together money, right, and then like one person, like you're the community leader, went to space, like just hypothetically, and he said, oh, it is a globe. How would that affect you personally?
I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
Yeah. There's like,
like
so what am I? So what are you saying? That if some other person goes to the so-called region called outer space, and looks to the Earth and says he saw a ball. Now I'm just gonna go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna believe you, and I'm gonna disbelieve my own experience.
That's what I'm like your community leader, like if there is one.
There's no such thing as a community leader, and it wouldn't matter because that's an appeal to authority. The basis of the whole premise is a logical fallacy. Okay, if community leader does X, therefore X is true. No, that's not how it works.
How do the words of one man change the results of thousands of experiments and measurements?
In the experience of everybody on Earth that's ever lived. You understand that everybody on Earth that's ever lived has never perceived living on a ball. You've never gone outside and been like, man, this looks like a giant ball. You never like, man, it really feels like I'm spinning. Like, nobody's ever done that. Okay? So you like, if you're like, oh, I'm going to go by the anecdotal experience. What about them?
Going to the sky again?
Yeah, I mean, we can go back there, but Earth isn't in the sky. See, this is part of the mental conditioning, right? So this is part of the mental conditioning that somehow you can determine what the Earth is by looking away from the Earth. Think about that for a second. That's like trying to figure out what's wrong with your house by looking at your neighbor's house.
Well, I've done that where they got this similar house, and I was like, dude, how did you do that plumbing again?
Well, it's like how some species evolve the same way. Like, and they have similar features. Like, so you would expect planets to, like, mostly be a ball.
Evolution, oh boy.
Well, I mean, body morphology, like that whole field of science is getting turned on its head. I mean, this is new so-called science in the last 5 years, but it has nothing to do with like genetics or heredity. So if you go, there's a biologist named Michael Levin. He's been on Joe Rogan and a bunch of other stuff. He's done experiments which demonstrate that body morphology, meaning the shape of a body of a living creature, is not from the genetic code. It is not hereditary.
What do you mean? Explain.
They don't know where it comes from.
How so?
They don't know where it comes from. They did experiments with
when you say like
body morphology, the shape of a body.
Yeah.
Right? Toes, hooves, tails, heads, you know, that shit. The shape of your body. Because you said these
but
species
I believe the results
same, right?
of one man.
It's not a man, it's a team of people. It's a team of people.
So if this entire Discord, if we all went to space, right? And it came up that...
You can't go to a place that doesn't exist. You might as well say if we went to Narnia and saw a talking lion.
Okay, so okay. I didn't have that information before, so
you're begging the question of the thing in question.
Mm-hmm.
You need to prove your globe first, then outer space, before we're going to be able to go there.
Well, how about you?
Okay.
When were you in outer space?
Yeah, how many times have you been to space?
That's my new question these days.
Never? How many people do you know have been to space? That you know personally?
Like I know personally? It's a good question.
It is a good question.
Okay, how about somebody you know personally that knows somebody else personally? Third person. We'll get 2 people removed. And I can do this on and on, right? You're going to have to get like the 5 or 6 people removed till you even know. We're talking in the last 70 years. There's 600 people that claim...
When you say no personally,
At
like
that
just
point,
men, or like
you're
they...
as far removed as every single person on my country.
Okay. In the last 70 years, there's 600 people that claim to have been to space. You know how many people have lived and died in that time period? Probably 90 billion people. Okay, so this small little fraction of people, this small, tiny, infinitesimal, to the frickin' 8th decimal point amount of people, we're going to base our entire view of reality based upon what these very small fraction of people say.
That's crazy, but...
More people claim to have seen Bigfoot than claim to have been to space.
Way more.
More people claim to have seen aliens and the Loch Ness Monster and fairies and ghosts. I mean, you can just name it, right? So
anything.
Yeah, anything.
It's a very, 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 very exceedingly small club of people that are like dictating people's views of existential views of reality, which is like, to me, that's insane.
There's more people catching a wave right now.
That's Catholic. There's more people face planting in the bathtub right now. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably 100,000 of them face planted in the bathtub.
Yeah, and essentially what you're doing is you're appealing to the future. Sometime in the future, maybe we could go to space and see my delusion. But the problem is they've been promising colonies on the moon since 1978. And we have no commercial space travel. We cannot go outside low Earth orbit because they admit they destroyed.
We do have commercial space travel.
No, they destroyed that technology. So-called commercial space travel today is just traveling high up into the air, still below the clouds, not high enough to go even to the ISS, and which is, by the way, considered still to be in low Earth orbit, and they admit they cannot go beyond that.
Because it would be super expensive to go beyond that.
No, because they destroyed all the shielding technology and they would be lethal and kill anyone who tried.
it takes an incredible amount of money to like reach escape velocity on Earth and then come back.
It's not that. It's not that. They admit it. I can give you the video from NASA themselves where they tell you that they don't have the shielding technology to be able to go beyond low Earth orbit. It would kill those who tried.
What if I told you this, right? That you can go to Middle Earth if you run around if you spend a bunch of money, run around the world and arrange crystals in a certain way, and that 600 other people have done it before. Would you sit there and spend a boatloads of money to do that?
What's Middle Earth?
Exactly. What is it?
Exactly. Space is Middle Earth, dude. It's a story. It's a fairy tale you saw on TV.
So you're saying we live in a Truman Show?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that. I actually don't like that movie. But
there is a lot of truth in that movie. I'll give you that. I mean,
yeah, I guess probably that's why I don't like it. It's a little too much truth.
A little too much, right? Yeah. What's that saying from the movie? Something about your reality is what you perceive it to be. Yeah.
So in your actual experience of life and experience of everyone you've ever met, your family, your friends, your relatives, everyone going back to the dawn of time, they've only experienced the Earth. They've never been anywhere else. But starting 80 years ago, they started telling people, well, we can go outside the Earth. There's an outside out there somewhere that we can go out to. And then we can turn around and we can look back at the Earth and we can see the whole thing.
No.
Just give us millions, billions.
You're crazy.
Yeah, just give us money.
You're crazy. I'm not giving you any money. That's crazy talk.
So, no one had that idea previously. I mean,
right.
The ideas that people had, the only way you're leaving this planet is in a fucking casket. Right?
Right. That's the only way you're getting out of this place, man.
So what do you believe is outside of Earth?
I don't think that question has any actual meaning. There's no outside. Because it goes on the premise that there's something enclosing the Earth, that the Earth is embedded in something that's larger than it, right? Some space, right? There's a space, and then Earth is inside this space. I don't think of it like that. I think there's Earth, and then everything is within the Earth. Not as in underground, but within this realm of existence. And that there is no outside. There's no outside you can go to. There's no looking back. There's no astral projection. There's no hookers on Mars. All that shit's fairy tales.
Oh, man. You're killing me.
I mean, I wanted to you've seen Total Recall, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I want the three-titted hooker.
And the three-titted hooker. I just watched it. Maybe
it might be kind of useless though, because I only have 2 arms. So the third boob is gonna get lonely.
It's yeah, that was a shocking scene. Even now, it still holds its fantasy. It still holds its fantasy.
Okay, so let me just sum this up, right? So on one hand, you have the globe Earth claim and a bunch of stuff on TV and in books and claims and the tradition of somebody's telling another person and then telling another person and then telling another person, everybody just believing it. Nobody has any first-hand personal experience of any of it. And they have to believe in the claims of strangers. And then on the other hand, there's what we say. Go out and test the globe model. Go test their claims. And you're going to go out and find out that what they're saying is a bunch of bullshit. And I know that's hard to, it might be hard to believe or hard to swallow. Maybe. In light of the last 2 years, probably not as hard to swallow as it used to be. But you don't have to believe us. We're not asking you to believe anything we say. You can just go out and test it yourself. You don't have to rely on us one iota. You don't have to rely on any other human being. You can just go test it yourself. There's dozens of curve calculators on the internet which will tell you how much curvature there should be, what's the drop of the horizon, what the horizon distance is, what the horizon dip is. All these numbers, you don't even have to know any math. They're all made by Globers, so it isn't our calculator. It's in like flat Earth math or whatever you would call it, right?
No, it's not that.
And you can just go out and do a test. You just need a large body of water, a mirror, you can just go to the ocean and watch a ship like I did, right? There's a website called marinetraffic.com. You can go on that. It tells you the position of boats. You can go out there and you can observe a boat and draw your own conclusions, right? Or you can just rely on the television set, let them tell you what the fucking universe is all about and why you're here for no particular fucking purpose. You're just a random fucking clump of fucking atoms, right? That was randomly started from nothing, 90 billion years ago. You could go believe in that. I mean, I don't personally care. But if you want to believe in that, to me, it's utter nonsense. It just is. It's just utter nonsense.
Well, I always tell people, man, you gotta go learn the globe, man. Learn what they're telling you about the globe. And everything about it, man. Spin, rotation, circumference, diameter.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, man.
Yeah. And I always bring that up. It's just like, dude, go out, check it out. You live on this supposed globe, man. Go check it out. Let me know what you got.
We don't want to convince you of any new belief. We're not here selling a new religion or a new cosmic view. We just want you to test the world for yourself so you know for yourself. And then you can come to a logical conclusion instead of having to take everything on faith and being lost in that belief system.
And Tanner, man, you got the crazy hiss coming out of your mic, man. I don't know what's up with that. You have a hiss in your microphone.
Yeah, he's on the old Xbox.
No, I'm on Series X.
It's a super hiss, man. I don't know what it is, but check it out. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, is it coming in and out?
Yeah. No, it's just like when you speak, you can hear like a background hiss.
Even when you don't.
Oh yeah. True.
Okay, so what it is there's
turn your
noise threshold.
Turn your sensitivity down or up or whatever.
It's not that.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just letting you know that
I can deal with it. I mean, I've dealt with worse.
It's fine. I'm just saying, for down the road, man. If you want better audio, check that hiss out.
Yeah, he's an audio guy.
To do with audio. It's just a fan. Like when I go over here, can you hear it?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, I can tell it's a fan now, though. Yeah.
All right, it's a fan.
Discord just has different audio to Xbox, so if you were talking to me on an Xbox, you wouldn't be able to hear it.
Okay, cool, man. Well, welcome to the server, man. Welcome to Earth. That's where you live. And you can check it out, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping in, though, man.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, everyone in here, we used to think the Earth was a globe. We used to be all into space stuff. I mean, I still watch space stuff. I mean, but to me, now I look at it properly, right? There's no possibility this is ever going to happen. It's fiction. The same way that there's no possibility that I'm going to Narnia or Mordor or any of those places, right? Like, they're just fantasy places. They're works of fiction.
It becomes a comedic fiction because the more you understand physics and the more you understand the contradictions within their claims, the funnier it gets.
Yeah, so I mean, almost all flat earthers thought flat Earth was ridiculous and tried to debunk it, right? They tried to debunk the flat Earth. And to debunk the flat Earth, you got to learn what the globe model is. And most people, they don't know it at all. At all. They don't even know why they believe it. They don't know what the radius is. They don't know what the circumference is. They don't know how it derived the distance to the planets or the moon or or their size is.
Light. I mean, there's so many little things you need to know about this globe claim that you got to just check it out yourself, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping.
Let me tell you something. I've debated probably thousands of people in this Discord, Globers, of all education levels.
This was a debate. I was just coming here on the middle of the line.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying we're debating. I'm just telling you something.
You always have to debate on the other side.
From PhD level down to ninth graders. That whole range. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, all the way down to. And do you want to know how I win every debate? And I'm not kidding, win every debate. I just ask for their evidence. That's all I have to do. All I have to do is go, what's the evidence for that? And it's over. And it's literally over at that point because they don't have any evidence.
I got calculations.
They got calculations. They got stories. They got freaking
fallacies.
Fallacies. Witnesses, right?
Witnesses. We got a bunch of smart people.
So the Coriolis, I always use this as an example, the Coriolis effect, right? It's supposed to be when you shoot a gun, there's a Coriolis effect that the Earth rotates out from underneath the bullet. Go, okay, what's the evidence for this? Nothing. There's no experiments, there's no demonstrations, there's nothing. Crickets. It's a bunch of equations on a piece of paper that a bullet should do this if the Earth was spinning. But when you actually look for the evidence to support that idea, it doesn't exist. Doesn't exist in any form anywhere.
I watched the guy shoot a 50 caliber straight up, and then he ran inside of a concrete shed, and a bullet landed right next to the shed, man. Yeah, it took like about a minute, man, for that thing to come back down too.
Yeah, there's one of those on YouTube where he shoots a 50 cal straight up and fucking.
It takes a while to go back, but it does come right back. And they were running.
Well, of course.
Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
People can't even prove simple things like, okay, prove the Earth is rotating.
Well, it's like if you everything like what comes up has to come down. Because a bullet can't reach escape velocity.
Okay, that wasn't the point of the experiment. We were talking about Coriolis effect.
When does helium come down?
When does helium come down? When it's exhausted its gas properties inside of a container?
See, I'm not a
when you say
science
escape,
major.
when you say reach escape velocity, do you even know what you're saying?
Exactly. Do you know what
the equation for escape velocity?
I do.
The velocity.
Could you remind me?
I'm gonna tell you. So the equation is what the equation means. Okay, equation is the velocity it takes to escape to infinity. To infinity, not just like off the surface of the Earth, but to infinity.
Where does the infinity come from?
What do you mean?
Just where does it? Like, how does that?
That's because you have to be going a certain velocity to reach some distance, right? So, given the gravity of the given Newton's universal law of gravitation, there's the mass of two objects, and when does the force exerted by the rocket when is it greater than the pull of gravity? Right. So when you take off, the gravitational pull is going to slow down your rocket. Right. That's why you have to constantly accelerate. But when you have to accelerate, there's a point where a velocity that you can reach where in any normal period of time, the Earth is not going to suck you back into it. Now imagine a universe where it's just you and the Earth. Right? If you fire the rocket till you reach so-called escape velocity and shut the rocket off, will you get pulled back to the Earth? Eventually. Because you're going to attract the Earth, and the Earth is going to attract you, so eventually you're just going to keep slowing down, and eventually, billions of years, trillions of years, however many years, you'll fall back into the Earth. So they have an equation to figure out how fast you have to go so that there's no way that basically takes an infinite amount of time for the Earth to pull you back to it. That's the escape velocity to infinity. But the infinity is a distance. But, the heliocentric bullshit, space and time are the same fucking thing, so that doesn't matter. They're just interchangeable. But the so-called escape velocity of the Earth is, 27,000 miles per hour or something?
Not sure.
25. 25 will get you there.
But but the point is, we're talking about mathematics, right? So what's your evidence escape velocity exists even in the first place?
In
reality. In reality. Look, let me tell you some facts. Nobody's ever observed an orbit. No one's ever observed the Earth rotating, causing day and night. So these things, these are ideas, these are concepts in our heads. But no one's actually ever observed this.
That's true.
Okay, you could say, we watch the orbits of the moons of Jupiter. No, you don't. You see the so-called moons of Jupiter going across the face of the moon, then they disappear. Then sometime later, they go across the face of the moon again, or face of Jupiter again, then they disappear. You don't actually see an orbit. No one's ever seen an orbit of anything, ever.
Yeah, man, we've never seen an orbit. Nobody here's ever been to space. Nobody here's ever checked out the Earth from a vantage point where you can, hey, look, check out the ball, man. Check it out. No, it's never happened. It's never going to happen.
So the other thing we do is we distinguish knowledge from belief, right? So, we believe things, right? You believe there's orbits, you believe escape velocity is a thing, you believe there's things in space. People believe these things, they have no knowledge of these things. So there's a belief in orbits, but there's no knowledge of an orbit, which is a totally different thing, right? So there's a belief the Earth's a globe by, let's say it's, 90% of the population of the world. Probably ain't, but I'll just say that, just for ha-has. But nobody knows it. There's only a very small people that claim that knowledge, right? So the people that say they went to the moon claim they have knowledge, have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. Those small, 27 people, those are the only people with the so-called knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Everybody else are just believers. Everybody. Your teachers, professors, people that work on satellites. We've had some in here. Had a guy worked on satellite, thinks he smashed the satellite into a comet and flew it back to Earth. He's a real guy. He worked at NASA. I looked his shit up. He exists. But when I asked him, how do you know where the satellite is? He says, they tell us. Who's they? Who tells you where it is? Oh, the NASA Deep Space Network tells us where it is. So you don't know where it is. You get something on your screen that says, yeah, it's here. It's facing this way. It's oriented that way. It's going this speed. And it's this far away.
Well, isn't that the same thing with the ship website?
When I
you were talking about?
Sorry, I wanted just to.
Yeah, but I can also see the ship, right? I can see the ship.
Yeah, but you can see the satellite as well.
No, you can't. Satellites are way too small to see with a telescope.
If you had binoculars. Or not binoculars. I just, had a brain there and playing cruise while trying to focus on two different things.
Telescope.
Yes.
They're too small to see.
The ISS, supposedly, it should be big enough to see.
Yeah.
But that has problems because it's too big.
Yeah. There's many problems with it.
The ISS is 5 times too big or something like that for its elevation and size.
Yep.
Because the observation I just told you about, seeing 275 miles, that's like the orbit of the ISS. What can you see from 275 miles? It's so far away you can barely see a 12,000-foot mountain. But you think you can see a 300-foot frickin' tin can the same distance away? Think about it, dude.
It's kind of
hold on, let me say one more thing. Think about this. We can go into reality and test this shit, and then compare it to what they show us, and nothing matches up. It's really that simple.
Yeah, let me give you a physical example. If you take a piece of hair from your head and you look at it real close, you can see it. But the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible. And then, even if you got a telescope, the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible.
Reality is right in front of you. You can go check it out, man. Don't believe us. I don't know if you live near the ocean or whatever, mountains. deserts. Yeah, you can check it out. Reality.
I can't right now.
Excuse me?
I can't right now.
No, not right this minute. No. But tomorrow, next day, this weekend, whatever.
Yeah, the Earth ain't going nowhere, man. It's really not a hurry.
Yeah, the Earth's just sitting there, man. Just sitting there nice and still for you to go check out.
Have you ever tried, like, looking at the other side?
Like we were already on the other side.
No, like, well, you're not now.
Did we drill a hole?
Yeah, we're not now because all the other side was false.
Well, yeah. But, like, whenever you're, like, people that debate, if you, like, really want to be good at debates, right? I'm not. Me personally, I'm not. I'm never good at debates.
Me either, man. That's not my wheelhouse either, man, for sure.
Look, if you hung around here, you'd find out that just about every flat earther on this Discord knows the globe model better than the people that come and defend the globe.
100%.
Yeah,
we know it inside out, upside down, backwards.
That's why Flat Earth Dude said you should learn the globe model, because the more you learn about it, like when you really understand what it is, you're like, this is a bunch of horse shit.
This is crazy talk shit, man.
Because the claims get more and more absurd the deeper you dig.
Yeah.
Do you know how fast?
So how did you get into the flat Earth?
Just a second before we answer.
Go ahead, Trace.
The deeper you dig, the more contradictory it becomes because it's more compartmentalized in different fields. So you end up with the extremes of each field contradicting each other, but they're all accepted as the holy truth as a whole.
The high scientist minds of the world have set the parameters of what we can go out and check in reality. I mean, we can measure it. We can, go out, check out water, how it behaves. Water's cool. Because last time I checked, man, it doesn't stick to a ball, man.
Water just makes up like whatever it's in.
It does definitely go level 100% every time. I mean, it'll fill the container. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll give you a globe absurdity. In the globe model, level is curved.
No, get out of here. Did they?
Yeah.
Yep. Also, in the globe model, a plumb line is also curved.
Oh my goodness.
So I came up with this 2 days ago. It's pretty funny. So now when you level a building, you're actually making it curved. You're not flattening it.
There you go. Absurdity. So yeah, there's some humor in it. Once you get on the other side, you go, "Oh my goodness, those people are saying the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second." Well, my question is, what is it expanding into? Got any evidence for that? I didn't think so. Okay.
Metaspace. It's expanding into metaspace, and then we just keep adding like, what's that spacing? And that space expanding too, right? So then we have metaspace, and it's metaspace all the way down from there.
Yeah, but then you get astrophysicists saying, like Eric Lerner from the Lawrenceville Plasma Physics, saying the universe is not expanding at all. So you have them.
Where do you guys live by chance?
So you
Southern California.
Have to just take
I'm in SoCal.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, Southern California.
So, have you ever went to a place where there's not as much like light pollution?
Yeah, I do camping out in the desert here. It's called the Mojave. It's kind of big. Check it out.
And like you've looked up at the night sky.
Oh, thousands
without the light pollution.
Yes, thousands of times.
And you're saying like
for me,
like that's not there.
No, those lights are there, baby.
It's there. Why would
the sun's there, the moon's there.
Because you just said like the other planets just don't exist.
Well, no one
said that at all.
Your idea,
they're not what. Listen, there's a story on what they are. Like you have this story. Oh, the planets are spheres. There's actually no evidence for that.
Yeah, you have a story that says the spheres are this big, they're like this, and these are spheres, and they're this
they're
far
rocks.
away.
You can land a robot on it.
Yeah, they have all these stories that you believe, and when you look at the stars, you interpret what you see through these stories.
They're just stories, man. It's just like, Harry Potter. It's no different, man. It's just a story, bro.
So think about it like this, man. So what you basically just did is you pulled up, you're like, my car's a Honda. I'm like, no, that's a Ford. And you're like, so what do you say, my car's fake?
I don't understand the comparison.
It's an interesting analogy, man.
Because we said there's stories about the stars and the planets are wrong, and you interpreted that as us saying they're fake or that they don't exist.
Well, when you said they're wrong, I just quite didn't understand what you were meaning, so I just assumed you were saying they don't exist.
We
all
can see
the
them.
same things, bro.
We all see the same lines,
things, but the globe just doesn't fit the things everyone.
So I'll give you a story. So that when you look up in the night sky with no light pollution and you see that rift, right, where it seems like there's a bunch of shit all in the middle. What do you think that is? The stars. When you look up at the stars and you see.
You ever seen the Milky Way? Let me ask you that first, man.
Yeah, the Milky Way. Right? Where there's a bunch of stars in the middle?
There's like this big band
not
of
personally.
lights. It's a big band of lights, man. It covers about, what, like
You're talking about going outside the light pollution. You've never seen that?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I've been out there, man.
You're asking us about things you've never observed.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Okay. Yep. Oh, you can't.
I'm not old enough to go anywhere I please, so that is my bad.
Okay, that's okay, man.
Can't go outside?
No, there's too much light pollution here.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. I've seen guys with Canon cameras, man. They got a setting in there, man. You can tweak it, and you can do a time lapse of the sky, and you can see the Milky Way. Even with, he did it in Los Angeles, for fuck's sake, man. I was like, holy shit! The guy got the Milky Way.
Well, I was bringing it up because that's actually not the Milky Way anymore.
Yeah, that's what I would have.
What?
No, it's not the Milky Way anymore. Now it's the Milky Way swallowing up a dwarf galaxy, and that's the gas.
Yeah, you're seeing the other galaxy that's being swallowed up there.
Fuck.
The Milky Way is not there, according to.
You're seeing the Galaxy S21 Ultra.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wow, they don't call it the Milky Way anymore.
So there's an example, like
changing, bro. You gotta keep up.
Well, so that's what I was saying at the illustrated point, right? So there's a story, and there's a story that band that we saw in the sky was the Milky Way, and they've been telling that story for about 200 fucking years.
Right.
Hey, there's no use crying over spilt Milky Ways, bro.
Yeah, and now that story has changed. And just because the story has changed doesn't mean that we don't all observe the same thing, or that the original story was correct, or even that this story is correct, because it's probably not either. So, this is where we're at. We're at there's a bunch of people, they're spinning yarns.
There's a bunch of people telling stories, and we're like, wait a minute, man. What evidence you got for that story, bro? What do you got? I appreciate it. Thanks.
Bunch of Baron von Munchausen's, man. That's all they are.
Von Munchausen, yeah.
Baron von Carpet Muncher, Tommy.
Hey, Tanner, let me ask you, man. You ever seen the movie Back to the Future? Wasn't there a guy?
I have, but it was a little long. It was a long while ago.
Yeah, okay, cool, man.
Hey, Tanner, you ever seen Black Swan, man, on weed?
I haven't, no.
He's on Xbox. He can't see the chat.
Latter-day Saints, man.
What up, G?
What's up, dude, man? I'm like, dude, I know that. Dude.
No, weed's illegal where I'm from.
That sucks to be you, bro.
All right, I told you I'm
I'm okay with it. I don't really like, taking stuff that puts me out of my own mind.
Yeah, don't do that, man.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to do that.
Take in some Globe, man, and you'll be fine. Take some
Globe's the best quality Globe you could ever
rules, dude, man. You got to get some Globe, bro. Globe is.
If you want to get really fucked up, take some Globe, man.
Dude, you guys want to rock the world? You got to get some Globe, bro.
No, NASA space crack is the best.
Wait. I tried that NASA space crack, but the 2022 strain wasn't that good.
Yeah.
It was weak. But hey, they're stepping up their game this year, man. I heard 2023, man. They launch rockets every other day now. I don't know if you guys noticed, but
I find it odd you just said I don't like shit that puts me out of my mind. Right?
Right.
But you believe in the globe, which is completely a mental construct.
How is it a mental construct?
Because you've never experienced it.
You've never experienced the globe, period.
So, like, when you think of Earth, right, you're not going based upon a memory or, like, what you're observing. You have to go into your imagination. Because you're either going to experience a thing, right? You're going to remember a thing, or you're going to imagine a thing. You only got three choices.
I like
so. Since it can't be the first two, it has to be the third one.
He could remember an animation, which is pretty.
Or a horse. Have you ever?
Yeah, you can remember someone else's imagination.
I love the analogy of a horse, man. If I told you, hey, man, horses are real, and you're like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And I'd be like, now if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you be like, hey, man, 100%, that's a horse? Right? You get there's 100% comparison.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Versus, dude, you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes. Okay, that's my point. You've never.
Even though I walk on the Earth.
You walk on the
only
Earth. No shit.
It's not a globe.
You only experience a flat, stationary Earth. That's your local experience. Even a physicist will agree that the Earth appears locally flat and stationary, and they extrapolate that it's actually moving and that it's actually curving.
Like if you have like a ball, like just a ball, like a circular ball,
like a baseball, a soccer ball, a golf ball,
anything to that,
yeah.
And then you let's say it's just huge, like humongous, right? It takes up the entire state of California.
A ball too big to see. Yes, we know.
It takes the entire state of California. It's still a ball, right? It's still a ball. And then, so you go to California where the ball's at, and and then you look at the surface of the ball, where you're at, and you can't tell that it's a ball, looking like that. It'll look flat, and you put your hand there.
Sorry. Your premise is pretty flawed. If that ball was just the side of that state, you would actually be able to discern that it's obviously a ball.
No, that you're at the ball, you drive
you
up
made
to
the
the ball.
too small, my friend. The ball that we're looking at is actually a radius of 3,959 miles, and we have used that ball, not your tiny little ball that doesn't exist in reality.
It was a
Neither does the other ball.
So, do you know
we understand your argument that we're on a ball that's too big to see, right?
No, I'm just saying you can't discern the curves by just looking straight at it. It'll look flat.
You can.
That's great. Man. Even if we take that as true, so what's the evidence of the ball that it looks so flat?
No, when you're close up, it's going to look flat because you're looking at just one thing. You're right on the ball. You can't see everything. You can't see the whole ball because you're right at it. You only see that, and you can feel it too, but it feels flat because it's so big.
Yeah. So have you ever been far enough away where you saw a ball?
Hmm.
Have you ever seen the Earth as a ball? Have you been? It's your constraint, right? If you're too close, you can't see it as a ball. But if you go far away, you can't see it. Have you ever been far enough away where you see it as a ball?
I haven't. No.
Okay. Of course. So, like I said, it's in your imagination. It's not, dude. It's not an experience that you've had. You can conceptualize and imagine a situation in which the Earth that you're walking around on would transform magically into a ball, that if you were far enough away from it, yeah, you can construct that idea in your head, but that's just a mental construction. It's not reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
System is that there are globers in it. See that
and that's the only way I can get you to, because you got to understand, like, what I'm trying to bring across to you is that we're here, in a sense, to talk to people who still have a belief in the globe and heliocentrism and all this other pseudoscience. But my hope in coming out of all of this is that people understand, like Miggy says all the time, is it's actually just a mind virus. So people think illogically. That's why they accept logical fallacies like begging the question, because if we didn't accept that fallacy, you wouldn't believe in the globe, because that's what you need, an illogical argument, in order for the globe to be real. So if we all just didn't accept logical fallacies, then maybe the people in the justice system would get along better with it. Now you can't wish for a better justice system and you got like people with the intellectual capabilities of a 5-year-old. That's not reasonable.
So the problem of people believing that the Earth is a globe is not just that they believe an Earth is a globe, but they cannot think logically, and that causes problems in society? In summary?
You got it. You got it. Wasn't a terrible summary at all.
Hit the nail on the head there. Well done.
I would largely agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that, except, obviously, the reason I'm here.
Aren't you a glober?
Yeah.
Are you a glober, Prissy? Yeah.
But I would agree that people not being able to think logically and level-headedly does cause a lot of problems in our society.
So, Percy Cow, I would say that you're part of the problem. I mean, no offense, but if you think it's a globe, then I have to say that you're part of the problem.
So, what I came here to find out is, from a glober's perspective, flat earthers look like how globers seem to flat earthers. Very illogical and not having a definitive train of thought. And
what's illogical that we say?
Well, I would find it hard to...
What's illogical that we say?
Well, we can make it even simpler, like logic, illogic, logical fallacies, like that. Look, everything boils down to the same thing, if you ask me. Because what is fallacious logic? It's just an error in thinking, aka a false conclusion. What is a falsehood? Something that is wrong, untrue. All we're talking about is if a motherfucker is telling the truth or not. Did an event occur or not? Yes, no. Is this thing true? Yes, no. We've taken that very simple thing and complicated it because there's a bunch of liars running around. Lawyers, right? Like, so it's as simple as this system would be just fine if people could tell the truth.
Yeah.
Like when we talk to astrophysicists and we say, so you don't have like, you know, scientific evidence or anything concrete. It's just basically, you know, some thought experiment. And most of them who come in here will say, no, or they'll deflect, or they'll do it. They'll do anything to not go, yeah, that's true. But then when they're not in debate form, you hear people like Sabine Hasselhoff, whatever the fuck her name is, Indio knows her name, and she'll say, yeah, it was a thought experiment. Yeah, this wasn't actually science. There weren't any natural experiments. They know what we're talking about when we're pressing them. So they're lying when they come in here 99% of the time. It's like, if people didn't lie, the world would be a better place.
Look, I'll give you another example, Prissy Co. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when the chick asks him, what is gravity? And he says, well, what it is, I don't know. Is he lying? So when a Glober comes in here and they're aware of his statement, and they come and say something, you guys don't believe in gravity? Gravity's a proven theory. Well, no one in mainstream science thinks that when they're talking to the public. They only think that when they come into the Flat Earth server.
I'm gonna need receipts on that one.
Dude, you on the search bar?
Find it.
Right. I'm gonna help you out. Oh, wait. You go first. I'm gonna give him a search. If you go first.
Crazy, man. You know how many times someone said, what do you guys think gravity's fake? You guys don't believe in gravity? Like, you know how many times that's been said in this server? Probably thousands, tens of thousands.
No, I was just, I didn't want to rush to Google, because other times I've been in this server.
Google in the search bar for the chat of this server.
Oh.
So check it out, bro. Check it out, bro.
Well, hold on. The people in this will come into the server knowing, they know, because I'm sure they watch Discovery Channel documentaries and Neil deGrasse Tyson and like all these things. Like, we're not exactly sure about gravity. It's all over the goddamn internet. All the documentaries, they all say it, right? Cosmos, Brian Keating, like all these science communicators are all saying the same thing. In that context, when they say, well, we have doubts about gravity, when Veritasius and PBS Spacetime is gravity an illusion, or gravity is not a force, they have no problem when they say it. But when a flat earther says it, now there's a problem. Now we're science deniers. Now we're just making shit up. No, they're making shit up.
Yeah, so this
is believe their own pseudoscience, man.
That's true. And here's the thing. Like, again, I try to be as direct as possible. And I try to get people to think for themselves. So when I tell you to Google something, it's so that you can sit there and ponder what I've sent you to. Not because Google is going to give you information that you're going to have to be like, oh, I guess I believe that now. Like, that's not the case. So what? Like, it's weird when people react to, oh, I'll send you a YouTube video. Oh, so all you guys do is like show YouTube videos? How about looking at the video first, if it's not like 3 hours long or some crazy shit like that?
I just put one in 4 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes. I just put it in live stream.
So here's the point that I was gonna make when I said go Google this and Google this. If you know what, Google manipulation, or can you manipulate microwaves? And all types of experiments will come up. Tell me I'm wrong or right.
Veritably.
Shut up, Sonny.
Oh.
Don't ruin it. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm seeing.
The point is, you're finding stuff, right? There's stuff to be found.
Kinda. It's not really on topic, though. It's more talking about microwaves, like in a kitchen.
Well, you do have a microwave, right?
Yeah.
So, right. So you even have a real world example of something.
Never mind. The first two are about Marvel superheroes.
You don't have to think about, oh, what is this thing like? You're like, I know what microwaves are. It's that thing that boils my water when I'm too lazy to put it on a stove in a pot, right? So if you type in, can you manipulate gravity? Tell me the first search result you find.
Okay, the first three for can you manipulate microwaves are all superheroes.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
that is. It's like
one down. Though, I guarantee what you're talking about.
I guarantee you that, like, when I first started talking about this, the searches were on the up and up. I don't know why I don't know how shit changes this fast. But anyway, okay, fine. Just type in, can you manipulate gravity? And read out loud what it says.
Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravities, but so far they have been unsuccessful.
AKA, no, it hasn't been manipulated. What is it, first of all? That's the entire point. You have this idea, these graphics of what something is, but they can't even manipulate it, control it, manipulate it, whatever. Because as an independent variable in a scientific experiment, that's exactly what you would need to do to validate or invalidate that it's the cause of a natural phenomena. So they're telling you right here that they've never done that. You don't need to check with a physicist from fucking Yale to figure this out. But if you're struggling with this is exactly what I mean by what's wrong with the justice system. People struggle with telling the truth, and people's lives are in jeopardy while others are struggling to tell the truth.
I agree with the justice system part, but I'm still holding out on the gravity thing.
So you can say you agree with the justice system until you're challenged, and then you'll bend like everyone else because truth isn't more important than comfortability.
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
All right,
well, I would just listen to the.
I'll give you a cool month or two.
I've been here. I think I'm on like week 3.
I want to go back to the logic thing. What is the logic for the globe? Do you know what a logical syllogism is?
No, that's not a word I use on a daily basis.
So if you don't know that's basic logic, right? So it's the form of a logical argument. How can you say what Golders think, what the way flat earthers think is illogical if you don't even know what logic is?
I know what logic is. I more meant the word syllogism.
A logical syllogism is fundamental to using logic.
They can do something without knowing the word for it.
Syllogism is a logical argument. 2 premises and a conclusion. Okay? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Right? It's a logical syllogism.
2 things assumed to be true to find an answer.
Okay. So what's the logic for the globe? That reads to the conclusion, Earth is a globe. Come with the 2 premises, right? Put them in, insert them. Therefore, Earth is a globe. You can't actually construct that argument.
If gravity acts how we think it acts, and if the Earth is about the size we think it is, then we should be sticking to the Earth.
Well, that's a logical fallacy.
No, it says you're assuming two things to be true, and that's how you get your third answer.
No, it doesn't assume the two things actually. It logically follows from the premise, but it's not a proof unless the premises are true, right? So your premise starts with if. So you can't start a logical syllogism with an if statement.
Okay. The Earth, gravity works the way we think it works. And the Earth is the size we think it is.
What does that mean, though? You're not saying anything. Gravity works the way we think it works. What does that mean?
Come on, man.
That mass attracts mass at a constant rate.
The premise, like you said, has to be.
I'll give you some to help them. Mass attracts mass. All the particles will form a ball. Therefore, Earth is a ball. No, that don't work.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
No. Why doesn't that work?
Argument to conclude the Earth is a globe, because you'll always have an affirming the consequent or an assumption within it.
No, the syllogism thing says it's asserted or assumed to be true.
I promise you, your logic is what's wrong with people in the justice system. Like, I'm telling, like, I don't even know how that just happened.
What?
It's like you have the words.
Definition.
I know, like you have the words. I feel you. I get it. You're close, but it's like having the most finely crafted blade, and you don't even know how to sheath it. You're just swinging it with the sheath on. With the. I'm like, yo. You can't have premises that aren't proven. You can't assume them, because there's logical syllogisms, and then there are forms of, and then there are just bad forms of logic. You just committed one, so you know that there's the right side of it. Now, are you questioning what the wrong side of it is? We're telling you, well, that's the wrong side of it. So be more curious as to what we mean. What do you think we mean when we say you're affirming the consequent?
So, I was giving an example of a logical syllogism. I didn't say anything about what I said was true.
So is your logical syllogism proof of a globe?
If the two things I said and assumed are true, then yes.
Okay, can you prove those premises are true then?
Like right now?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Prove the premises are true with also a logical syllogism.
I don't know. I spent time.
So, listen, the point is, if you keep going back, the foundation of the globe is assume it's a globe. So, that underlying assumption means something which is not proven, right? Right? That's what assumption means? Something that's not proven?
No.
What does assumption mean then? What is it? What is it not
a thing that is accepted as true or is certain to happen without proof?
Okay. Yeah.
An action of taking power or responsibility.
Yes. Okay. That is correct. Assumed to be true without proof. You can't get to the proof part. That's
so we shouldn't use.
You shouldn't use an assumption. You can't use an assumption and then claim you have proof if there's an assumption in the premise.
So you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
That's begging the question.
You're begging the question.
No, I'm saying you. Then you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
Don't say no. Google begging the question.
No, hold on.
No, stop. We're saying that you're committing a logical fallacy. It's called begging the question. If you have premises that are assumed rather than proven, and at the end of that, you're like, there's the proof in form, that's just begging the question. We're not arguing. We're telling you, look it up. Because if you look it up, you'll realize if we play back the live stream, you've committed that fallacy. There's nothing to argue about.
I did not say anything was truth. I said what you told me.
Did I time out? Did I say that you said anything was truth? What did I just say?
Proof. Not true, sorry.
Okay, so that's the point. If there's no proof for the globe, what is the point? Two assumptions don't make a proof.
So we shouldn't use... So, what? Before you yell over me and, like, completely not talk about what I'm talking about...
As long as you don't put words in my mouth by asking me, so we shouldn't assume things. Because what I'm telling you is that two assumptions don't make a proof.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the definition of a logical syllogism is two assumptions make...
Another part, assertions. It's assertions and assumptions, bro. Assertions or assumed. Two propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. Now, what can be asserted are proven things that don't have to be assumed. Right? So you can make a logical syllogism with two proven items, right, as the premises. So, using those two premises, then the third thing is proven, right?
But you don't need
premises that are proven to create a therefore, right, the conclusion, which will also be proven, because the premises are proven. So you prove the premises deductively using the same deductive logic. And of course you have to start somewhere. So you have to start an axiom, something which is self-evidently true. That doesn't need to be proven because it's self-evident. Such as, you're not a cow.
Or...
Right? You're not a cow, right? I don't have to prove you're not a cow.
So assertions also do not state that they're facts. It says a forceful and confident statement of fact or belief. It does not say you need evidence for that.
In this context, it means it means a statement that is asserted as truth, not as assumed.
Yeah, but like, it's still, an assertion can be wrong.
Yes, you're right. An assertion can also be an assumed assertion. But if your assertion, right, is a proven, something that's proven, right, or if your assertion is an axiom, then the combination of two of those will lead to a proof, right? So if you use an assumption, then you have what's called an inductive proof, which doesn't actually prove anything, right? It's an inference. Right? So it's not proven. The only claim that can be made about it is this would be likely if those two things are true, right?
So a logical...
There's still an if. It's not proven. That's what I'm trying to say. It's inductive logic. It's not proof. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, it wouldn't lead to an actual deductive proof.
If I had wings, I could fly.
Yes, exactly. If you had wings, you could fly. And
the globe doesn't fly.
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, the globe doesn't fly.
Wait.
Yeah. So if we did something like things with wings fly, Elijah has wings, therefore Elijah can fly.
Fallacy.
That would be, that's a fallacy. It would be an inference. Yes, we can infer that from the fact that Elijah has wings and the fact that other things that have wings can fly. But that doesn't prove that Elijah can fly.
So we shouldn't use logical syllogisms unless we can verify that both of the assertions are true.
Oh, you can't claim it's proof of anything. Dude, you're missing the point. It's not
proof once.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you the error in Glober's logic. You're illustrating it. You said we don't have logic. It's actually the globe that doesn't have logic. You guys don't even know what logic is. And you come in here and say, flat Earth is illogical. No, it's perfectly logical. Y'all don't know what logic is. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about you specifically, so don't take this as a personal insult. A lot of people don't know this. They don't teach it in school. It's not really taught at university, except for in the philosophy department, which most people avoid like the plague. So, I mean, it's just not. It's not something.
I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Right. Water at rest is level. Perfectly valid statement because it's self-evident. Everybody knows this, right? No problems, no assumptions whatsoever. Okay, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Again, another statement, zero assumptions, nothing wrong with what I've said. Why can't Globers do the same thing? Why is there always a him and a haw and a shuck and a jive?
Usually, see, what Elijah's doing, he's talking about properties of physical reality that you can observe and describe, right? So he's just describing reality. Okay. Now, Globe-Earthers, and just generally, this isn't exclusive to Globe Earth. I mean, it happens in a lot of so-called pseudosciences. They insert a concept, a conceptual idea within this, right? As opposed to an observation of reality. So they use something that occurs in their imagination as the premise for their syllogism.
Okay, so can I try a syllogism?
When you say gravity, that is actually a concept. Gravity is a concept. It's not a physical thing out there, right? You can't grab a handful of gravity. There isn't a jar of gravity, right? So if I say gravity to you, what is gravity? What is gravity in the physical world that you see, that you've observed?
Things falling.
Okay. So things falling is gravity. Not mass attracting mass. You see what I'm saying? That's a description of reality. Now, if I take that description of reality and place the word gravity with things falling, therefore Earth is a ball, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Right? You can't reach. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premises, right? No matter how you construct something from things falling, you can't get to a ball.
May I try one of your syllogisms with things we can both agree are true without being interrupted?
Yeah, knock yourself out, man.
All right. So,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
We agree.
Don't say we agree.
Okay.
That remains to be
We agree, question mark at the end of this. I'm asking you if you guys agree. Do boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
I'm just gonna say no, straight up. What do you mean?
Well, you said over the horizon. I'll say no to over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the part.
Towards the horizon, and you can't see them anymore, starting with the bottom and going up.
Yes, that is loaded sometimes.
No, it's correct.
It's a loaded question.
No, it's correct. Without the going over is correct.
Yeah, without
the going over.
All it is moving towards the horizon.
Things disappear from the bottom up, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And?
You too?
And?
And?
What's that?
Yeah, and?
No.
Yeah, things disappear bottom up, and?
We know that angles of shadows in different parts of the Earth at the same time produce...
What the fuck? What is potpourri fucking...
What?
Is this like the salad bar of my globe?
Did I use too many words?
I think
no, they're not connected. They're not logically connected, dude. They're like,
why are they not logically connected? They're both
how are the
evidence
boats
around
going over? Like, how are boats disappearing?
Okay, look.
No, go ahead. I can't take this.
So hold on. Wait. When I said water, when I said water is level, that was one statement, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go therefore. I didn't have to.
I didn't say therefore.
Right. So if you're saying that boats go towards the horizon and seem to disappear bottom up, that's a statement.
Yes.
But what does it mean? Okay, so you're making another statement about shadows. So now the first statement is just a statement that is okay, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to make a statement about shadows.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question.
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just want to, like, my buddy got banned.
Yeah, I said hell no, not yet, bro.
Yeah, is there any way you can unban him so he can join?
Hold up, bro. Who's this? Yeah.
Scotty.
And you.
How am I implying a lie, Trinity?
Type in chat who it is.
Type in chat. Shut the fuck up and type in chat. Bro, this is rude as hell. Go ahead.
Alright. So
the shadows and
in
whatnot.
short, yeah. The Aristophanes experiment can be replicated.
What's the statement?
In short, that experiment can be replicated. We can both.
What is the statement?
Measurements of angles of shadows were taken at two different points, and they had a difference in angle.
Can that happen on both?
No, don't. Yeah. No, don't. That was a fuck up because he didn't even. What does that mean?
Which?
Okay, there's a difference in the length of shadows. So what?
Yeah.
So?
If those.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah, because that's like.
Add in there, buddy.
That plus that.
No.
What?
What plus what?
Yeah, Platter.
I'm saying those are my two pieces of the syllogism. Do we both agree that those two things are true?
I wasn't even doing that. I was just making two true statements. I mean, it's something that you can happen across and go, yeah, I can perfectly describe this thing without adding anything extra. So I thought you were
thinking about it.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that you're doing that. Like, so it's like, okay, well, boats disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, from the bottom up. Okay, so you measure shadows and the lengths are different. Okay, so what is that?
Listen, can I explain it to him? Because obviously, if he fucked up this bad.
I understand.
The premises have to be connected to each other logically. So I'll give you the deductive syllogism again.
What week?
All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. You see how now they're connected logically?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
All right.
Your claim, boats disappear bottom first. Sticks and shadows measure different angles. Those two things are not connected logically.
So I need to say something about the ocean or the horizon for it to...
You need to connect those two premises logically to each other. They have the logical connection must be in the statements themselves. Look, you have to construct, therefore Earth is a globe, just out of one of those. Because they're not logically connected. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from the sticks and shadows all by itself. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from ships disappearing bottom first by themselves, but they're not logically connected to each other. Because they're not even the same phenomenon. They don't even have anything to do with each other. So, if I watch a boat disappear bottom first, does that have anything to do with angles of the sun? or the length of a shadow, or the length of a stick, or the placement of the stick, or the placement of the sun, or anything? Or is that independent of a stick or a shadow or anything?
So
you're trying to logically connect them to the curvature of the Earth, right? You're trying to connect it into the Earth being a ball. But you can't do that with those two just smashing it against each other. To do those independently. And they would, you'd say, here's one piece of evidence, here's another piece of evidence. But guess what? Here's your problem. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, assumes the Earth is a ball, assumes that there's parallel rays of light, so it has 3 assumptions within it. 3 assumptions that can't be proven and actually don't have any evidence for them. Because, and like Elijah said, affirming the consequent. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth is a globe, is in the premise. If Earth was a globe, and I did a measurement that showed shadows with these different angles and different shadow lengths, then Earth would be a globe. Right? So that's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. Your conclusion is within one of the premises. You might as well say Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. You just cut out the second premise.
But 2 pieces of evidence that do not contradict each other and support the same thing.
No, they don't.
Yeah, okay, it's not a syllogism. You're right. What I said is not a syllogism.
They don't support a globe. 2 sticks and shadows support a flat Earth, and so does freaking bottom up shit.
Actually,
the thing about a logical syllogism again is that it involves 2 premises that are true.
Yeah, those 2 things are true.
Yeah, but see, they're not connected to a globe, though. You haven't done that. Now, once you start trying to connect it to a globe, it falls apart. Because then you start making all these assumptions, adding these premises that are not proven.
Yeah, so if I want to make...
What was the claim? What did I claim? You actually can't construct a deductive logical argument that the Earth's a globe. It's not possible. And why do you think that's not possible?
Right, it is possible.
Then do it.
Look, you're not the first person that's tried this. It's not possible. Do you know why? I'm going to tell you why it's not possible. Because it always starts with the assumption that the Earth's a globe. Because that is not self-evident. If it was self-evident, right, if you went out in the freaking world and looked and you saw curved horizon or some other factor, right, that would indicate just from pure senses and was self-evident to anybody that this is a giant ball, then you could construct a logical syllogism because you would have an axiom, but you don't have an axiom. You have to have, you starting with something that you can't actually, that's not self-evident, that can only be constructed from rationality. It can't be, like I said, you're not a cow. I don't need to construct a logical argument for that. It's obvious you're not a cow. It's obvious to everybody you're not a cow. Anyone that knows what a cow is and what you are, it's obvious you're not a cow. Okay? Period. I don't have to fucking give you reasons why you're not a cow. I don't have to construct a deductive argument, even though I can, that you're not a cow, right? And it's, but the globe cannot be, just say, it's obvious it's a ball. No, it's not obvious.
So
never been outside and be like, damn, check out this giant ball.
If we...
You have to construct it. How do you construct it?
If we give an argument backed up with evidence, it's not valid because it's not easily observable.
Giving an argument is not evidence.
Proof, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not say. I said with evidence.
You said if I give an argument with evidence.
Yeah,
so where's the evidence?
Say the argument was evidence.
So where's the evidence? Because everything that you said is just assuming the evidence. That's why I said what I said. But okay, fine. I'll rewind. Where's the evidence?
Okay. So, I've been doing like cross-state drives recently, so I've had a lot of time to think. but not a lot of time to get in the server. So what I've been pondering the past couple of days is maybe a week ago or something. I was in the call and I brought up the Aristophanes thing, whatever Greek guy's name is, and I was told that it is possible on a flat Earth, and I was shown some diagrams and played a Vsauce.
I mean, that's kind of not relevant to the conversation we're having, because if you read Geodesy and you read what Eratosthenes supposedly did, again, like Indio told you, there's like 3 assumptions in there. So, off the bat, you know that assumptions don't turn into evidence, right? We just, or did you disagree with that?
Assumptions do not. If assumptions are proven wrong,
no, you can't. You can't assume something and prove that it's right using the assumption. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do we have to prove something wrong that has no proof?
Well, the same argument.
I'm going to assume unicorns exist. Prove they don't.
Do you have evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. I assumed it. Like you just said, if you assume it needs to be proven wrong.
No, I said, you didn't let me finish. If it can be proven wrong and there is evidence that it does happen, the unicorns do exist, and there's no evidence against unicorns existing.
You just said an assumption needs to be proven wrong. You said
because I was interrupted.
So you misspoke then?
Okay, so do you want to correct what you said?
Yes.
Does assumptions need to be proven wrong?
If assumption has evidence that it is true, and no evidence that it is wrong.
So where is the evidence? Because the assumption can't be the evidence, like I told you. Now this is becoming circular. Because if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes... If you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, and he assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the beginning, that's not proof.
What does the Earth being a sphere have to do with the measurements, though?
No, it's not. It's that he's assuming that it's a sphere. The measurements have actually nothing to do with it. Because he's taking elevation angle measurements. Now, it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy to say, therefore, the Earth is not a globe, because by necessity, an elevation angle utilizes horizontal lines.
So
that's the
angles have nothing to do. No.
So let me ask you a question, Prissy. We're not trying to measure the circumference of the Earth. We're not trying to do anything. We just take a stick, we stick it in the ground, we measure the shadow length. What conclusion can we just give?
And you take a stick in another place.
Okay, and then we measure its shadow length.
Yes.
Now we have two values, 2 numerical values.
Yeah.
And what's the next step?
Why would you be doing that?
I don't know. You tell me. What's the next step?
To measure the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the next step?
I'm pretty sure it was compare the difference in angle or length of the shadows.
And where do those angles intersect?
Those.
At the center of a sphere, right? You're assuming the sphere from the measurements. What if I don't assume the sphere and I assume it's flat? Well, I'll come to the conclusion that the sun's just closer.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, so we have the same, during the time Eratosthenes lived, in China, they were doing the exact same thing, but they didn't assume it was a sphere, and they thought that they were measuring the flat Earth, using the exact same method.
So that's exactly why I brought it up. Because
that's why we keep telling you, right? That it's like you're using an underlying assumption to reach the conclusion.
I would really love to get a couple sentences out in a row.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, we've done this lots of times, so it's like, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Here's your chance.
So it can be replicated on a flat Earth. if the sun is closer. Right?
Yeah. What do you mean? It can be replicated? What does that mean?
Okay.
You just
this experiment works on a flat Earth if the sun is closer than we think it is. Then the sun is closer to Earth than what mainstream science says.
Maybe. That's another assumption.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just...
So it doesn't work on your model either if you don't explain
There's
anything.
no model. There's no... What do you mean by model? There's no model.
Okay, it doesn't work on what you think
on a
the
level
Earth is
surface?
like either.
Hold on, time out. Are you going to tell me that taking elevation angles or measuring shadow lengths won't work on a horizontal surface? Is that your statement?
But does
no, because in order to know that,
work
you need to know how.
Answer that. Doesn't work to do what exactly? What are we trying to do and make it work to do?
I asked if the sun was closer to the Earth than mainstream science says, and you said that's an assumption.
Yeah,
but you can only measure the shadow lengths on a flat Earth if we know the sun is closer to us. So do we know it's closer to us?
That's an assumption.
What?
Yeah, that's an assumption. It's an incorrect assumption.
So we don't know the locality of the sun. We don't know the locality of anything.
Because you have to position the sun independently, right? Let me ask you this. If I gave you two sticks and, you can pace your distance, can you find where you are on Earth?
What did this have to do with locating myself?
Because you said make it work. I don't know what that means. What does make it work mean? Make it work to do what? What does make it work mean? To do what? Find the distance of the sun or find the surface of the Earth? Which one are we trying to do?
So, I am saying, just hold on. If on a flat plane, we can measure the differences between those angles. If the sun is close-ish to the Earth, not as far away as what a lot of people say it is. It is in a local area. Because that is what I've heard the explanation is that we have a local closed system sun.
So it appears to be.
Are you going to get to a conclusion?
We don't claim that you can measure this position of the sun or the Earth using sticks and shadows.
I don't say you did.
At best, using assumptions, that would be an indirect measurement of either the sun or the surface of the Earth. That's at best. That's the best you can do. But it's loaded with assumptions, loaded with the angles of the rays, it's loaded by, do you have the sticks level, plumb lines, is gravity actually freaking perpendicular? There's shitloads of assumptions. Is the sun in a common position? Am I looking at the same sun the other guy's looking at? Because the evidence is that that's actually not the case, right? Because of refraction and all. There's so many problems. There's so many assumptions loaded into this. This is a trash test. It's just trash. I don't know what else to say. It's just trash.
But we do know that there's a difference in the angles, right?
We know that if we take two sticks and they're some distance apart, right? That the shadows, all other things being equal, right? If the sticks are equal, they're both perpendicular, same angle, we know that they'll cast shadows of different lengths. That's all we can say 100% sure with certainty. Is the results of the observation. All the other shit, all the conclusions drawn from that observation need to be constructed rationally. When you try to do that, you're going to find out that there's shitloads of assumptions that you have to stack in there before you can reach any conclusion. That's why, listen, there's a reason why I'm on this, because when Clovers come in here and say, we don't think logically, dude.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did. Oh my God.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I said I came here to find out how you think logically, because a lot of globe earthers think you don't, and I didn't believe that.
Stop fucking lying.
That's why I want to know the logic behind your argument.
Hey, You haven't learned any logic behind your argument, so it doesn't even matter what our argument is technically.
You haven't learned any logic tips from your logic globe friends. You know, like that's the problem. Like, you're trying to figure it out on the fly here. If your friends were here, they wouldn't do any better. They would just be asserting the same things that you're asserting. Just, you know, saying that their logic is correct. But, I mean...
I'm not saying my logic is correct.
No, I didn't say you. I said your friend. Now you're being defensive.
Yeah. That's a great thing about logic, is that it's really objective. And you can just, like... You can't change the rules or make up your own thing or talk about your feelings. It is what it is. It's either a logical statement or not. It's been laid out for a long time. No one's rewriting the rules. It's almost like mathematics, right? 1 + 1 is 2. Can't change it. Can't reinvent it. It is what it is. So the globe actually has no logic. It can't make an actual deductive logical statement to prove it's a globe. Period. End of story. Okay? So
that's what I'm saying. Like, when I make a statement, I'm like, there's no assumption to be had. If I need to measure an elevation angle, the first thing I need to do is to make sure my device is level.
So,
your level is horizontal, and it's pretty freaking simple.
There's no assumption there. But but here's the thing: the truth in that disqualifies the Earth being a globe.
So,
what do you measure the elevation angle from? The horizontal. You measure from the horizon. You measure up.
This is something that we actually do. This is something that practically happens. I'm not imagining a globe. I'm not saying put a stick here and a stick there. I'm not doing any of that. I begin with something practical. You began with something practical. Okay, measure these shadow lengths. And we're like, okay, what's the conclusion?
So we make an observation. We agree that the shadows are different lengths, and then we are not allowed to do. What are we allowed to do with that information?
You do whatever you want. You just can't say I've proven something.
You just can't use it to support any scientific argument.
Think of it. Exactly. Well, that's not even science. It's a geometric.
So observations can't be used to back up facts?
Nobody said that.
Facts. Now you're just inserting shit that you don't have.
No.
Observation is the fact.
Yeah.
It isn't an observation to back up facts. The observation is the fact. So different shadow lengths on sticks that are distances apart. That is the facts.
Everyone in live stream voice chat, I'm just not reading what you guys are saying.
All right. Can you address what Indio said? So you measure the shadow lengths. Those are the facts. What now?
I can use that observation to reach a conclusion.
What conclusion?
Build it.
That the Earth is round.
Okay.
How?
So how did you get to that logically?
Because if I would have what do you mean if? What do you have a problem with that word?
No, I didn't. Nobody stopped you.
Oh, I thought I heard you go, oh, when I said if.
Use that word, but go ahead. Because if you have to use if, that means whatever comes next after that is an assumption.
No,
that's how we use the word if.
Okay.
Because it's a possibility, it isn't known, right? So that part after the if, that's not a fact.
I think a problem that I see a lot in the flat Earth community.
No. Just start with the two. You have the two angles. You have the two angle measurements, or the two shadow length measurements from two different areas on the Earth. You said, then we prove it's a globe. Well, make the next logical step, because you have an observation, you have some facts. You have two different shadow lengths. Now, what is the next step?
I gather more observations.
Okay, say you have 1,000 measurements.
No,
Now,
not
what's the
like
next step?
the same thing. Like
No,
different pieces of evidence.
the same exact thing.
So I can only use one data point in my experiment?
Right now, since we're talking about one method, how are you going to jump to another method? That makes no sense.
Because if we can all agree that these multiple observations are true.
How come I didn't have to do that?
I didn't ask you to prove anything.
Yeah, but I was the one that started this exercise. So again, how come I didn't have to do that? How come I didn't have to breakdance like you're doing now?
You can't even see what you're doing, can you?
Because I didn't say anything illogical. I didn't say anything untrue, and I even said that one of the self-evident one of the things that I was using disqualifies the globe. I said all of these things, none of it is untrue. Now you can challenge the third thing I just said, and I would, continue that conversation, and I guarantee you I won't sound like what you sound like.
Yeah. So
all you've done is said that shadows are at different lengths. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, glad we cleared that up.
Shadows are at different lengths.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you're observing.
Yeah, you said I couldn't use any other observations. I just have to stay here with this one thing.
No, but your conclusion comes from this observation. How do you get
not
to that
just
conclusion?
this observation?
Wait. But that's what Indio said. If there's a premise in here, okay, fine. How do you tie it to the Earth being a globe?
What was your example again? I remember water being level. What was the second one?
Well, that wasn't a logical syllogism. So that you had to follow closely to the conversation, because Indio and I were kind of on two different points, but it was closely related. Maybe it was a red herring.
I remember
whatever.
Men have wings, and things with wings can fly. Then men can fly. I remember that one.
Changing the subject.
That was.
I'm not changing
the
subject.
That
I'm
was
literally going back to the original thing we're talking about.
No, that was the logical fallacy, which I pointed out. So. What was that? It doesn't even matter, because that was actually a logical fallacy.
Okay, so what was your example of a logical?
He didn't make
syllogism.
He didn't make the syllogism. I did.
Okay.
It was all men are mortal. Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle's immortal. Get it? Or all mortals die. Aristotle's immortal, therefore Aristotle will die. Okay? How about that?
That's not the same rules I'm bound to. Because we know Aristotle did die.
It's got nothing to do with Aristotle.
No, but why not? Why not? Why?
And all mortals die, dude. Aristotle's immoral, therefore Aristotle died. Is something wrong with that?
No, because the first one you said.
The first one I said was phrased, all men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Or no, therefore Aristotle is immortal, right? It doesn't matter. It follows from, look, the conclusion follows from the two premises, and they're logically connected. Right? So Aristotle has a property of the first premise. Right? So I can lay it out like this. If A equals B, and B equals C, A also equals C. Got it?
Alright. So I need to make one of those. And I can't make one about anything. I need to do it about how the Earth is round.
Do what you want, man. But we're just telling you, man, the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter is you can't actually construct one because The globe has to be assumed.
You didn't construct one with the globe being flat.
I can. I can, no problem.
Need a good example.
Well, we have a logical axiom, right?
So can I get that syllogism that proves that it's flat?
The Earth looks flat, right? I see things. I can trust my own eyes. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Real simple.
So, how can
now before
I don't even have. I don't need a logical syllogism because, like I said, it's an axiom that the Earth looks flat.
So why do I need a logical syllogism either?
Because
if you don't,
you don't have an axiom. You don't have an axiom. That's the problem.
We did not go into an axiom.
When I said, I gave you. I gave you an axiom.
What was
I
that?
did. Water at rest is level. That's something that you can just observe. Like, holy shit, there's this lake, it's frozen.
The ship's going over the horizon.
Not over, because
ships disappearing bottom up, like the thing we agreed on.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We agreed with that. But how do you logically connect it to it being a globe? That's the question. But let's not go in circular paths here. The point is, when we say, the Earth looks flat, here's the thing about that is a problem for you that's not really a problem. No one disagrees. No one.
Yeah. If I may interject, something just...
Hold on, Helio. You know why no one disagrees? When I say no one, I mean even globe believers, because they think that effectively, as far as we can see, it's flat locally.
Except everything if you go high enough.
No, listen.
Locally means.
Listen. It doesn't matter how high you go. Mathematically, even at the height of the ISS, you can't see any curvature because you can only see 3% of the horizon. So, 3% of the Earth. So that horizon would look flat. That's paraphrased by Paul Larson, planetarium director. So, doesn't matter how high you go, the Earth appears flat, and everybody knows that. So that's not even in contention. So that statement right there is just true on its face.
Hold on.
Do you deny it? Do you deny it? I'm sorry. Do you deny it?
Yes, because if we go to a certain elevation, we can see curvature.
Not if we go to a certain elevation.
If we are at sea level, yes, it appears to be flat.
So then
at
great.
Sea level.
So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking? So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking like a globe?
I don't got the numbers on me right now.
Okay, so Google it.
Right.
And then when you find the numbers, give us a real world example.
Like the mountain you guys can go to?
You think you can see curve from a mountain?
Okay, points.
Listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold on. In fact, come on, let me do this really quick. There's the term "we," meaning like I think he means by the general consensus, and I meaning I've done this. He's like, we've been there, and if we did this, if we did that, we might find this certain type of thing. So there's a definite difference between we and I.
Yeah, okay, Helio, for real?
Yeah, for real.
Okay, thanks.
No, it sounds funny, but no,
we're talking about logical syllogisms, Helio. Like we're like be a part of the conversation.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Dude, I was listening. God damn it!
All right, so it's like, who cares about the we and who cares?
Well, obviously I do. So go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, we're trying to get him to understand the difference between things that are self-evident and things that are assumed. It's like, I don't even know if this is like a fruitless endeavor. I'm just, I guess me and Indio have time. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that was my point. I think that was my point, and so that's why I wanted to just like say that, to kind of like get everything back in, and
look. Going up into a spaceship does not make it self-evident, or whatever he thinks he can do. That is not self-evident. If you're trying to do it, right, like if I have to make it some special condition for it to happen, then it's not self-evident. Self-evident means just casual observation. I just go and do it, and it's obvious to everyone this is what it is. Right? We don't need to, like I'll use the cow example again. We don't need to, like, rip off his Scooby-Doo mask to prove he's not a cow. Right? Someone needs to just, like, take a look at him and hear his voice. So, cows don't sound like that. They moo, and they got, like, some fur, and they're about 1,200 pounds.
What's scary is it is that simple, and yet here we are. That's what's scary about it. Like, that's why I think that's how I found this new building on this new philosophy of the world and just abandoning, trying to be some sort of this hero complex, because man, you can't save a bag of potatoes.
Yeah, man. The reason I brought that up is just like when he was saying we did this, we did that, he's just trusting in other people that have done it, But when I say we, I mean all of us. Every human on Earth experiences the same Earth. So we're not talking.
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
He's talking about the special club that he's not in.
Yeah. We all witness the same flat Earth. That's why he has to say, well, if you were to do this, because you already know, like, this, it's nothing to contend with. Like, you can't even go, I'll grant you that truth, because it'll weaken your position and what you're going to say next. And that's exactly why the people in the justice system are fucked up. I'm going to keep tying it back to that because I thought you cared about that.
Yeah. You back, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not talking about special circumstances by special people that you don't know. Right? So, someone claiming that if I go to some magic place, that's where it becomes self-evident. You just can't go there. That's not self-evident, right?
So, what about things that we can observe, and if we try and explain them, like
what do you mean by explain?
Well, okay, like I can't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, and?
Why?
Because of perspective.
I'm gonna need a little more than that.
Perspective. Things that are over your head, they approach the horizon as you go out from underneath them.
Why?
Do you want the very technical answer? Do things get smaller when they go further away from you? Do they get smaller? Okay. So the distance between something over your head and the ground, as you get out from underneath it, that angle, that space between the horizon and that object, that gets smaller as you get farther away from it. And eventually, that distance will be so small that you cannot resolve it. And you won't be able to distinguish the horizon from Polaris or any other star. So if you had a bunch of streetlights, like a row of streetlights on a flat plane, and they're all 50 feet over your head, you're going to appear the lights to approach the horizon.
Yeah, but like Polaris isn't 50 feet above my head.
All right, we'll check this out.
That's right, and you also don't have to go 50 feet down the road to make the lights disappear, do you? You have to go thousands of miles until Polaris vanishes, right?
Yeah, because it's a lot higher.
Yeah, and so you have to go a lot farther.
But why can't I see the sun? In the southern horizon? Why can't I see the sun in the southern hemisphere?
Why should you?
But hold on, what are you?
Isn't it closer than Polaris?
Why should you?
Do we not know that?
Why should you?
Okay.
Let him answer that question. That was a good question. Why should you?
What do you? I said I can. So I can see the sun, but I can't see Polaris in the sun.
No. It is nighttime right now. So for me, no, I can't see the sun at all times. So what I'm asking you, because you said, why can't I see the sun? Well, what does that mean?
Why can't I see the sun at nighttime?
Yeah. Why? Yeah.
Okay, we have different explanations for that. That's not.
No, I don't have an explanation.
Oh, you don't know why we can't see the sun at nighttime?
No, we can't see the sun because it goes away.
Now, notice night is when you can't see the sun.
It goes away. It starts off on one end of my sky, then it goes over, and then it goes to the other side, and then at some point I can't see it. Notice again how I didn't add any additives. I add a double negative. Notice how I didn't have to add anything to that. Yeah, what I'm describing to you is what we all experience.
Except in the North Pole.
Well, I don't know. Have you been to the North Pole?
No, but there is video of it. You can go to Greenland.
All right, that's cool. But what we were talking about, why you can't see the sun in the south or Polaris in the south?
Yeah.
So what does the North Pole have to do with that?
Oh, because you were saying the sun goes away at night. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does for me. It does for me.
But it doesn't everywhere on Earth.
But what does that have to do with not seeing the sun in the south? I don't get it.
Okay. What I was trying to do by bringing up the sun is I can see the sun while I am in the southern hemisphere.
So?
And I can see, but I can't see Polaris.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does Polaris move across your sky from east to west?
No, but if I move, it does move in the sky.
Yeah, but if you move, everything moves in relation to you. It doesn't even matter if there's something in the sky. It could be a fly on your wall. So there's obviously a difference between Polaris that doesn't appear to move much and the sun that goes literally from one side of the sky to the other as you stand and watch. No. For where I live, that's exactly what happens. It never not does that.
Okay. Then in Greenland.
So your argument isn't about Greenland, though. This is your argument. So stop trying to make it like it's very weird. So you said, why can't we see Polaris further toward the south? And the answer was, well, the angle is too small. You're like, well, why can't we see the sun from the south? I guess in the north. And the question was, why would you?
What? No.
And we've evaded this question with you asking more questions. But you're the one that made the assumption that for some reason we should see the sun from the south. Why'd you say that?
I didn't assume that you can see the sun in the southern hemisphere.
No, you asked the question, why don't you said, why don't we? When we said, well, so we asked you, why would you?
All of my questions
arc of the sun is not in the same place Polaris is. Polaris is higher in the sky. This is a dumb fucking question.
Yeah, Polaris is higher in the sky.
Yeah, that's right. So why would you see it? You're farther away.
How do you know it's higher in the sky?
Because we can see it.
We can see the sun too.
So say I'm on the so-called equator. Let's assume the equator exists. What's the farthest north the sun is going to get? In the sky. Yeah, the farthest north, 23 degrees from the ecliptic. Polaris is going to be 90 degrees from the ecliptic. Now, if I start walking south, yeah, Polaris is going to disappear. Why can I still see the sun? Fucking because it isn't as high in the sky, or as low in the sky.
So we know that the sun is lower than Polaris.
Dude, the sun's position, it has a range of positions, a range. Polaris has no range of position.
What?
The sun moves in the sky.
So I guess you have to. I guess he has to start over because he doesn't even understand why.
No, I was asking you guys questions.
I don't know what any of this has to do with shape of the Earth, though. Let me ask you this:
because the explanation that globe earthers give is different from yours. So I want to know what your explanation.
We don't have an explanation.
We don't have an explanation because we're not concerned with what happens in the sky because the Earth measures flat and nothing in the sky can actually falsify that.
But why do you not want to?
Because
why do you not want to ask questions?
Nothing can falsify it. Okay. Imagine I have a table. Right. I take out my tape measure. I measure the table and it's 2 feet by 2 feet. The lights are doing all this fucking funny shit over my table. And I go, God damn it, my table must not be 2 feet by 2 feet because these funny lights above it. They just don't work on my table. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's the dumb argument you're making.
What? No matter what the lights in the sky do, the sun, the stars, the moon, it's conjecture. It's conjecture because they're inaccessible and their position can't be triangulated.
So we should not ask. Okay, I won't assume. I'll ask you the question.
Make up stories like they've been doing for thousands of years about what the stars are and what they do. Keep doing it. I don't care. Like, what is it?
Well, here's a bad. He didn't. We gotta get back to the first because you're asking us questions.
Yeah,
even though you came in, yeah, but you really came in here to see if we really thought as illogical as your friends said that flat earthers think, and you come here to find out that you cannot make an argument for the globe that doesn't begin with a begging the question fallacy. You have yet to prove that wrong. And you still want to ask questions about the sky and this and that and the third, and you want to make statements without making them too definitively because you don't want to accidentally commit a fallacy. And you're like, well, I didn't say that. Well, none of that matters, bro. At the end of the day, this conversation began with, well, the reason we're all here is because there's no globe proof that begins without a logical fallacy. That is literally the only reason we're here. So you haven't defeated that point, and we're telling you that that's the only reason we're here. Well, other than the Earth measuring flat, but that's why we're here. So you talking about something else isn't going to get you the answers you came here for, which is why we think what we think.
Not just why you think what you think, but also what you think. That's why I keep asking questions.
Yeah, we don't think about it. We don't. We told you I don't know how many times. I don't make models of the Earth based on what the sky is doing. Therefore, when I look at a sunset, when I look at a meteor shower, when I look at an eclipse, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to describe what I saw. That's it. I don't think anything else. You know what I think about? You know what I think about? I think about whether or not I'm doing right by my child. Whether or not, these are the things I think about. When it comes to the sky, I watch it and then I describe. There's not much to think about.
I think the constellations are a good point of that. Looking up at the sky and seeing imaginary objects. And the constellations are proof of that, because we have names for these different constellations. And this one looks like
imaginary objects.
You're derailing the conversation, bro.
Danny, I'll say I changed the topic. That was some crazy shit right there.
Sorry, man. Can you just hold off a bit? This conversation's been going for about 2 hours, and we really I want to see it come to a halt.
So,
not a halt.
So
I want to see it come to a conclusion at least. So can everyone stay out?
Yeah, thanks, Timbo. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. So, Christy Cal. So I'm going to illustrate what Elijah said to you. He's just describing something. When you watch a solar eclipse, do you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes.
Now, are you sure?
Yes.
How do you see the moon during a new moon? Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon when the moon is not visible. How are you seeing the moon during a new moon?
When it goes in front of the sun.
Well, you can't see it, so... Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see a moon go in front of the sun.
Yes, you can. What's going in front of the sun?
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Yes.
Can you see a new moon?
With the naked eye?
Yeah, with anything.
Yes.
What device do you use?
I assume a telescope.
You can see a moon that's completely black through a telescope. You know what a new moon is, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what to say right now. This was a good example of crazy cult behavior, dude.
Yeah, I know exactly what to say on this point, because I've made this point many times, and you've heard me do it, India. Yes, there's no way with any instrument that any person on Earth can detect during the new moon phase, during an eclipse. You're not going to be able to use an instrument to measure when. We know when it's going to happen, but we can't see the moon when it's when it's approaching the sun in the solar eclipse. There's no instrument that's ever been developed that nobody can ever find it. Nobody ever can find it. Even when it's not an eclipse, during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument. We know where it's going to start to crest again, but we during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument you have, you can't find the fucking moon.
Okay, and this says new moon crescent. Just because he stuck the word new moon in front of crescent doesn't make it a new moon. Now, a solar eclipse can only happen exactly during the new moon because what's called an eclipse node is required to happen at that time. And that is a full new moon, not a partial new moon. It's exactly at the new moon, not some other time. So, no one... Listen, do you understand? Do you understand that you think that you've seen a moon? That you can't even describe your own observation accurately because you have a concept in your head.
No, that's not. There's not a concept in my head.
Oh, you saw it.
Not for the solar
eclipse. With your eyes, but you didn't imagine it being there.
What else would be in front of the sun?
That is not. Listen. Doesn't matter. Your incredulity.
Now we're back to we know.
Okay.
Hey, we know. Are you?
I have seen a solar eclipse. I have seen something go in front of the sun.
Exactly, something.
But the human race does not know what that something is.
No. Wait.
You don't.
Wait. Time out. You just described it accurately. We see something go in front of the sun.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's the description without any additives.
Okay.
Period. Okay. So now you're trying to, with this incredulity fallacy, like, you think that we all don't know what that is? Well, if we knew what it was, it would be a part of the description. Now, people assume what it is, but it's not a part of the description unless you assume, right?
Okay, so
what if, Percy, let me ask you this question. What if everybody on Earth said, you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do have a girlfriend. So I walk up to a girl and I go, you're my girlfriend. And she's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, well, if you don't tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend. Okay. That's what you're doing. You're saying, listen, if you don't have an explanation for what goes in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, it's the moon, because everybody else said it's the moon.
I'm not saying it's the moon because everybody else said it's the moon.
Why do you think it's the moon?
I think...
What else would it be?
That's not an argument.
I think...
You literally just did the
argument. Someone else asked what else could it be?
Crazy, dude.
Oh my god, there's some bitch who keeps fucking CMH keeps DMing me being like, yo, get me unmuted, I'll help you out. Dude. You just like ban him because he will not stop DMing me.
Yeah, CMH.
Okay.
He just wants to come and troll.
I know
he's annoying as hell.
Hey, Scotty, you're banned, so's your buddy. Good fucking bye. Bye, CMH. Have a nice fucking day. Thanks for telling us that, though. I appreciate it. Anyway, can we carry on?
Yeah.
I just checked in Sky. Yo, es más. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what were you? I know we had a talk in that VC check-in. Did you want to continue that conversation, or we want to? Do you have more questions? Any questions?
Yeah,
right
Pussy.
now?
You want to take a break for a second? Hold on, Jody.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll take a break. I can always come back another day.
Yeah,
it's 24/7. I can come back whenever I want.
Damn Skippy.
All right. I'll sit back now.
Thanks, man.
I've always wanted to ask how you guys think gravity works. You know?
What do you mean by gravity?
Well, an object
and
going
so
down
it begins again.
at the force.
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys later.
I've always wanted to know what you guys think about that.
So, a falling object is gravity.
Well, there's a specific speed to gravity.
So, little g. The observation that something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately. That's gravity? That's the gravity you're talking about? Or are you talking about mass?
Speed of gravity.
Yeah, things fall. Yeah, whoopee.
Yeah.
And?
So how do you guys explain that in most of your diagrams?
Explain why things fall?
Well, yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do I gotta explain why things fall? Okay, let's do this. I want to know why things fall, and I want to set up a scientific experiment to determine why that happens. Why does this object fall? What experiment can I do to figure that out?
Come on, tell me. I'm waiting.
No, I'm asking you, because you think that you probably think there's an explanation for this, a scientific explanation. So why do things fall? There is? What is it?
Like gravity is a force?
Yeah, that's a story. I want the experiment.
Alright, give me a minute. I'll get out.
Yeah, go Google it.
I'll go get something. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. I've dealt with this question thousands of times. This isn't new.
But I just want you to explain on most of the diagrams that you have for flat Earth how it would work.
We don't have diagrams.
How would what work?
How would gravity work?
Wait.
What do you?
We don't have.
You're not even using the correct definition of gravity. Okay. The theory of gravity isn't things fall. It's also not things get pulled to the center of mass. The universal theory of gravitation is every particle in the universe checks every other particle inversely proportional to the square of that distance. The formula is F equals G M1 M2 divided by R squared. Okay? It has nothing to do with things falling.
Hey, you know more than me about globe. I don't know how you don't believe it.
Because I know more than you about the globe. That's why I don't believe it.
I don't know, man. It doesn't seem right.
That was weird, right? It was weird. See, the reason that we're not Globers is because we know more about the globe than most people.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You figured out that it's impossible once you know more about their globe idea and what they're telling you. It's absolutely impossible for it to exist.
So I want to go back to the thing is, so to figure out the causal mechanism for a natural phenomenon, you have to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed natural phenomenon, the effect, right? So in this case, it would be a falling object. Now we want to know what causes that object to fall. So in a scientific experiment, what you have to do is you have to manipulate the cause, the independent variable, and watch the effect on the dependent variable, the falling. Now the theory of gravity, right, is that mass attracting mass is the cause of a falling object, right? So let's do this. Let's manipulate the mass, whatever that is, right? So I'll take a school bus, and then I'll take a bowling ball, and I'll drop them at the same time, because mass attracting mass, this mass is bigger than that mass, so that mass should fall faster than this other mass. Well, when we do this experiment, they both fall at the same rate. So the mass can't be the cause. That can't be it, because we watched. It had no effect on the dependent variable. Nobody knows, and we were just talking about this earlier. Nobody knows why things fall. There's no experiment that can prove it or even demonstrate it. And no one can even think of an experiment that can actually demonstrate it. So Elijah, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, tell them, go do that thing with the what was it? Manipulating gravity.
You want me to skip the microwave part?
Yeah, I thought that was super clever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes, because I'm arguing with the shit that Glover say, sometimes I stumble on this stuff. So you want me to skip the microwave part?
Oh yeah, I guess. If
All right.
Sorry.
So go to Google and type in "Can you manipulate gravity?" and tell us what and read out the first thing you find.
Gravity is one of the fundamental forces in nature. It confines how objects move, interact with each other. Scientists have long sought out to find a way to control gravity, but so far they've been unsuccessful. That's what it reads.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't control gravity. How would you control gravity? We don't have that big of a mass object to control it. So gravity is just something.
So what did Indio just tell you about experiments?
They said to manipulate gravity. There's a difference between manipulating it and seeing how it works.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Here, I'll get the definition of manipulate for you.
What?
Handle or control a mechanism.
Right.
Or a tool.
So as they said, they can't control gravity, right?
They cannot control gravity.
So the point is, if the entire point of an experiment is to test whether or not the independent variable affects the dependent variable, if you can't control the independent variable, then you don't have an experiment.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
My name is Keith Cameron Smith, for those of you who don't know me. But first things first, you never step on another man's stage or platform without acknowledging them and saying thank you. So, Greg, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the invitation to be here and share our perspective of the earth, our perspective of creation. I know that Dean and David and Austin and Dean's PhD friend and Tim, I know they will do a great job representing our observable reality. So I'm not going to get deep into the proofs for flat earth, the many, many thousands of them. I'm just going to share my testimony, my experience of how I got into flat earth and my journey over the last about 7 years now. It started for me in 2017. A Navy pilot came into my place of business, and through the sales process and building rapport and asking him questions about himself, he told me that he had been flying in the Navy for 5 years in Antarctica. And I said, you probably have some stories you could tell, huh? And he said, you have no idea, and kind of smirked at me. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'll just tell you that Antarctica is not what they teach you it is in school. It's not an ice continent on the bottom of a ball. So that sparked a very interesting conversation, a conversation that actually changed the course of my life. I went to YouTube, which is where he told me to go look. In 2017, you could find a lot of good things. You could find a lot of good channels, content creators for Flat Earth. Today, the algorithm has changed. You have to know exactly where to go look. I'm going to give you some places to go look. You have to type it in exactly, and then you have to click on videos to see all that content creator has. So the idea that the earth being flat was new to me. Here I am, my whole life. At the time, I guess I was 46 years old or so. I'm 52 now. And I thought, really? The earth can't be flat. There's no way. So I started looking into it. I watched some of the documentaries from back then, like ODD TV and Sean Hibbler and the Truth Does Not Fear Investigation, Part 1 and Part 2. Those are excellent. But I said, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? You know, it's totally normal, totally typical to have a whole bunch of questions when you first hear that the earth might be flat and stationary. So I went and I listened to all of the overpaid pseudoscience priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox and Michelle Thaler and different people that are pumped up and promoted by the algorithms to try to keep people away from flat earth and tell everybody that flat earth is just stupid and archaic and blah, 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 blah. I listened to all of them, all the big ones anyway. And after a while, it became obvious, it became crystal clear that what they were claiming had zero evidence in reality. Claims without evidence. That is the pseudoscience community of today. If you believe the earth is a spinning wet rock in outer space, after almost 7 years of research personally and teaching this for the last 4 or 5 years now, the only thing you have is blind faith in pseudoscience nonsense. You don't have even 1 ounce of empirical, observable, measurable, repeatable evidence for the globe. It doesn't exist. The heliocentric hypothesis is a scientific absurdity. So my research led me to other people like David Weiss and some of the podcasts you did back then, David. You're a patient man. I don't know that I could put up with some of those globe trolls like you did, but they were educational for me. Another one was Ben of Taboo Conspiracy. You know, it's weird because Ben has a Juris Doctorate and 2 master's degrees. Another person I learned from was Eddie Allen Carr of the Flat Earth Banjo USA Japan channel. He's also the author of 16 emergency landings proving flat earth. He has a master's degree in emergency management and all the things he had to learn and study to get that master's degree. You know, this accusation that flat earthers are stupid and broke and live in their mama's basement, it's the opposite. Just like the earth is not spinning and it's not curved, the opposite is it's flat and it's stationary. This accusation that flat earthers are stupid is the opposite. Flat earthers are some of the most intelligent, smart, independent, critical thinking people I have ever met. I'm one of them. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm certainly not stupid. I'm an author. I have books by major publishing companies selling in many countries and languages around the world. I used to travel and fly almost every week somewhere teaching at a business event or a church. I've been in many churches, even churches like Greg's. But I gave all that up. 2017, my wife and I had more and more children. I've been married 25 years now. My wife and I have 7 children together, and we're busy working and paying for their food and their clothes and their shelter, which they live in a really nice place. But I gave all that up and I just started working and raising my family. And then flat earth hit me. I mean, we call it being flat smacked sometimes. It hit me. It smacked me upside the head. And that conversation with that Navy pilot really did change the course of my life. And I started learning from these guys. And I recommend those guys I just mentioned to you. If you don't know who they are, check them out. Check out the work, the countless hours of work they put into it. I learned a lot of good things from them. And then I guess about almost 2 years ago now, I met Vika Drazov. He is the creator and director of the documentary Flatten the Curve, with many commercial and military pilots, as well as other professionals like aeronautical engineers, merchant marines, the guys who navigate submarines, all proving with real-world applications that the Earth is flat and stationary. I started going on Vika's podcast, and after, this was maybe a year and a half ago now, after a few months, Vika said, you know, guys, I got another idea for another documentary. Hey, squirrel. Squirrel. And, you know, that happens down the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole has a lot of rabbit trails, and sometimes you see a squirrel or something else. But anyway, life is good. Vika said, hey, I got this idea for this new documentary. Keith, would you like to be in it? And he told me what it was. I said, yeah, I would love to be in it. So I had gained enough knowledge at that point to communicate clearly that the Earth is an enclosed electrical, topographical, stationary plane. And his idea was for the new documentary. It's called The Mechanical Realm. If you haven't seen it yet, it should be, by the time of this debate, it should be free everywhere. It is about the Antikythera mechanism, this little device, this little machine that is allegedly, according to science, 2,000 years ago. But science is confused. Isn't it funny that they're always caught off guard? They're always surprised. They're always confused. We don't understand. Maybe because your beliefs are wrong. Maybe because your beliefs are blatantly false. But the science community says this little shoebox device, this machine, shouldn't have existed 2,000 years ago. Clockwork devices and intricate gears and pulleys and pins and slots and coaxial shafts, all that didn't exist 2,000 years ago. That didn't come in until the 1400s or 1500s. How did the Greeks have this? I don't know. But if the historical narrative is true, which you'll find out as you research more about reality, you've been lied to about history just as much as you've been lied to about geography and astronomy. So this little device is a geocentric, flat and stationary device, a geocentric, flat and stationary realm machine created allegedly by the Greeks, who shouldn't have had this technology. But not only did they have the technology to build this little shoebox device that you can crank up and you can perfectly watch the movement of the heavenly luminaries above us, they had the software to put into this hardware. They had the knowledge to put into this machine of how everything in the sky above us works and still works today. So that is, the whole documentary is mostly about the Antikythera mechanism. We go into a few other subjects, but check that out. That's part of the learning for everyone who is into the researching reality for yourself instead of trusting the government indoctrination camps. I asked a group that I admin on Facebook. I mean, I admin several different groups and moderate several of them, hundreds of thousands of people. In one of the big groups, I said, hey, what has the knowledge of flat Earth done for you? Would you share that with me? Hundreds and hundreds of answers came in. There were 3 answers that came up repeatedly. They said the knowledge of flat Earth has given them more peace of mind, a greater sense of freedom, and a closer connection to our Creator. When I heard that, I just dove all in even more and said, that's worth promoting, that's worth teaching, that's worth learning about, and I have. Now, there's other things I'm studying now with history and archaeology and the ancient architecture that's everywhere across the surface of our flat and stationary Earth. That's an interesting subject, too. But think about those 3 answers. That people who have come to the knowledge, not a belief of maybe, kind of, yeah, maybe the Earth is flat. No, a knowing. Flat Earth is not a belief. Flat Earth is a knowing. Knowing the Earth is flat and stationary gives people more peace of mind, a greater sense of freedom, and a closer connection to our Creator. The truth sets you free. Lies put you into bondage. Truth feeds your faith. Lies feed your fears. Truth creates life, and lies destroy it. The globe is a lie. Flat Earth is truth. The truth of the Bible, the truth of science, of real science, true science, today in this day and age, everything that is truly observable, measurable, and repeatable, all confirms that the Earth is flat and stationary. So for those of you who are new to this, welcome to Flat Earth. For those of you who have been into it a while, keep going, keep questioning everything. Have a good one. Have a great time. God bless.
Don't waste any more time. Visit the links above now and order my book, 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. Visit my online store now and order the new enhanced Gleason's Flat Earth map. This map used to be in every school and library in the nation before NASA was created in 1958, when the maps were ordered removed. Have your Gleason's map hanging on the wall in your house, where no government can take it down. Here you see it hanging on a wall in the house of the late Charles K. Johnson. Here is a quote from the book 1984 by George Orwell. Every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Order your map now.